5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They might make this part of it get behind that, but now we'll have to work with the old play. And one in the second. There it is. A long time going, it is gone. Yankee put number 50. Going back to Rivera. Deep right. He joins the 3,000 hit club with a home run. He's done it. He has done it. 62. Aaron Judge.
What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Jet Stream Game 2 between the Yankees and the Mets, Subway Series Part 2. Let me get the game is on FS1 today. For those of you who can't normally watch games. Yankees are going against Frankie Montas, former Yankee, trade deadline acquisition that really did nothing. He was pretty good with Oakland, but terrible with the Yankees. But he comes in with about a 5.68 ERA. Trent Grisham leads off with a ground out. Now Aaron Judge grounds out for the second out. 4-pitch inning so far, 2 outs. Chris in the house. What's up, Chris? Hit the like button. Hell yeah. Please support and subscribe to the Jet Stream YouTube channel, videos, shows, etc. Hell yeah. Thanks, Chris. Bird Dog deserve it. I try, brother. I try. Sometimes it's rough when you're mired in losing streaks like the Yankees are on, and just so much ineptitude. You know, it gets rough doing the games because it's just like futility everywhere you look. So that's going to bring up Cody Bellinger, who's been hitting 365 over his, like, what does he have, a 10-game hitting streak? He's hitting 365 over that span, so he's coming on. Jason Dominguez, who had a 4-hit game 2 days ago, and then 2 home runs out of the leadoff spot yesterday, heartbreaking loss, is now dropped to the 6th spot again. Like, I don't understand. Super Hot Girlfriend says, I want a crown. Well, I have crowns to you here at the house, but you know you have a crown, but I don't know how you get a crown. We'll have to ask Deep State how that is. Because I've seen it once, but I don't know what it is. There's Deep State. Smash the like button. Oh, yeah. DB, Super Hot Girlfriend here wants to know how do you get a crown in the chat. I don't know. Maybe you have to call in a bunch of times to qualify. Speaking of which, there we go. And another infield ground out. Bellinger inning over. There we go. 9 pitches. Super Hot Girlfriend says, a boy. Everyone has a crown, but not me. Well, that's because they watch the show all the time and call in, and you don't. Maybe that's why. DB says, time for another Yankees loss. Yeah, to go along with the Red Sox losing again. But, you know, there's that. Yeah, now I have one. You have one too. See, DB probably hooked you up. It's like, okay. All right, so on the mound for the Yankees, Carlos Rodon comes in with a 2.95 ERA. The Yankees are 48 and 80. I think they're tied for second with the Rays. They're 2 games behind the Blue Jays already. Mets are 51 and 38. Boston's got up 2-0 against Washington already in the top of the first, and they got first and third, 2 down. Tampa Bay's beating up on Minnesota already in the sixth, 5-1. Toronto's winning. So the whole AL East is winning, except for the Yankees. Well, we're not losing, but not yet. Wow. And a leadoff double by Marte. Dominguez gave up on the ball in a gap. I don't understand what the hell just happened there. Well, I don't. It was a fly ball. It was a fly ball into the gap, and he stopped running. Yeah, Volpe is the Yankees MVP if you're a Toronto or Tampa Bay fan. This is absurd, though. Seriously. What the hell? How did Jason Dominguez just give up on that ball? The outfield play from him is it's like not even high school. He's a good hitter, but he's not a very good fielder at all. Oops. What's up? Lindor. It's crazy Lindor's hitting 258. Soto's hitting 266. It's crazy. They're better players than that. I wish they showed the replay of that base hit. Imagine a fly ball into the gap and the guy's trotting after it, gives up on it, and lets the guy take second base for a hustle double. He didn't even have to slide. Foul ball, count goes to 1 and 2. Wasted a pitch. Fouled away. Reaches out to grab it to stay alive, but that was a ball anyway. Chris says, I'm wearing my New York Jets shirt and hat and my Yankee shorts watching. I almost switched to my Jets hat today and possibly a Jets shirt as well to change up the look, but I'm like, am I really helping the team by doing that? I don't know. Ball gets away. but Lindor, Marte can't advance. And Austin Wells can't properly smother a ball. So and he walks him. So goes from a 1-1-2 count to continuously throwing balls in the dirt to walk him. So now you have first and second. They'll be out for Soto. Great start, Rodon. Great start. Like, are you terrified of Lindor? Is that what that was? You're terrified of the guy? You have him at a 1-2 count. You try to make him chase 5 times, and he fouls 2 off. And you keep throwing the same pitch in the dirt to where eventually he lays off 3 times and you walk him. So now your pitch count is at 8. Not that that's crazy, but, you have nobody out here in the first. And you got first and second with Soto up. Good job. Oh, Soto lays down a bunt. Holy crap. He advances the runners. That's I've never seen that before. Whoever would suggest to lay down bunts early to advance runners to second and third with nobody out? Well, now with 1 out. Who would ever suggest such a thing? Perfect bunt right in front of the catcher. And now Pete Alonso's up with 2 runners in scoring position. Landon in the house says Yankees we better win today. I'm going to say this half joking, because I'm angry with the team. But I hope we could lose as many games in a row as we have to until Boone gets fired. And Cashman. But that ain't going to happen. That wasn't a strike. They called that. That was a strike. They called that a ball. Like, they called that a ball. Oh, man. They are not helping the Yankees at all. Ball 3. 3-0. So Rodon looks like crap. Landon says, well, damn, ain't that a bitch? Poor Boone. Look, the guy's just not a good manager. And ball 4. Way out of the zone. Like, oh, they called that 3-1. They were wrong on the scoreboard. And now he walks him. I what to say? It's like you watch it. I mean, I remember back in the day, I used to watch games and expect Yankee wins on a daily basis. And I was more like, oh, man, like shocked if we lost. Around now, I don't expect us to beat a AAA team. Zero confidence in anybody outside, anybody not named Aaron Judge, I have zero confidence in. And Max Fried. I've seen great Yankee teams. I've seen good Yankee teams. I've seen bad Yankee teams. I've seen terrible Yankee teams. This is a bad Yankee team. They're not terrible. They're bad. For so many reasons. How they got 48 wins is insane. Okay, thanks, TV. I see the message. Landon says, I like Boone as a manager. I just hate his decisions. Well, that's what makes him the manager, is his decisions. Well, if he doesn't make good decisions, he's not a good manager. That's the crux of his job, is to make good decisions, and he doesn't. That's going to bring up Brandon Nimmo. I think he's been pretty hot lately. No, did he? I meant in the batter's box. Red Sox broke you losers. No, we didn't. Ratcliffe, shut up. You're in like 4th place. You ain't got nothing to say. You're dead last in the division. Or I don't know if you know. You're better than the Orioles. Ooh, you guys are worse than us. You swept us 2 weeks ago, and you're still worse than us. Would Boone ever bunt with Judge to avoid double play? No. Boone won't bunt with a guy hitting 217 in the 7th inning. Nimmo drills one deep. Grand slam. Yes, they did. No, they didn't. The Yankees are just a bad team. Nimmo with his 18th home run. It's a grand slam. Just like that. Mets are up 4-0. John, you ain't broke shit. Trash. Yeah. This team is garbage. This team is complete garbage. It's not even fun to watch the games anymore. It's not. They're just that bad. It's like watching I think the equivalent to this is like watching. I mean, because remember, I've seen this team in the 80s when they were just dog shit. And like early 90s, like 90, 91, they were dog shit too. This is like watching like your favorite fighter all of a sudden become like a beat up guy in the ring. You know what I mean? Like he can't punch his way out of a paper bag. He just can't beat middle of the road guys. That's what watching this team is like now. I just told you guys Nimmo's hot. And now it comes into the game hot, and now he hits a granny. Yeah, that shows. Yeah, that's just baseball. A great team could get crushed one day. That's normal. Well, 18-1 is not normal, but you're gonna have your days where you get beat up a little bit. Ground ball to shortstop. Volpe can't even make an accurate throw to first base. Bellinger has to get off the bag to tag a catch and tag. They can't even make accurate throws to the bag. Wow. He's thrown the first base from shortstop about 2 million times in his life, and he can't make an accurate throw. Luckily, the runner wasn't even sprinting. Torres lifts one to left field onto the warning track. Dominguez, he had to jump on the warning track for the ball because, oh my God, this team is an embarrassment. What an embarrassment. It was good, though. It's always nice to see Dodgers lose a few. Yeah, they're gonna lose 50, 60 games this year. That's it. They'll have like 105 wins or something like that. Leading off for the Yankees is going to be Ben Rice, followed by Chisholm and Dominguez. The only silver lining that we have so far is that Frankie Montas is pitching, and he's not very good the last like 4 seasons. So, yeah, he wasn't good before. When the Yankees traded for him, he was like, okay, he's had his moments, but he's been bad since the Yankees traded for him and then let him go. And then I don't know if somebody else signed him, but then the Mets got him. I don't think he's been good for the Mets. Nate in the house. What's up, Nate? Mets baseball, baby. Yeah. Just going live for another beating. This time at the hands of the Mets. Yesterday was an exciting game that I watched on replay when I woke up. I watched the condensed version. Where's Mets 2-8? Well, after that grand slam, he's probably in the bathroom. So. Oh, wow. Nimmo's the first Mets player with 3 Grand Slams in a single season since 2006, Carlos Beltran. I mean, it's not easy hitting Grand Slams. I mean, you hit 3 in a year. It's pretty good, man. Oh, Minnesota has come back to tie up Tampa Bay. They got 4 runs in the 6th. Wow, okay. Toronto still holds a 1-run lead. Boston could fall into the Atlantic Ocean, for all I care about Boston. Swinging at the first pitch again, Ben Rice is going to fly out to left field. The first out. Reckless says, what can the Yankees do but tip their cap and tell the Sox they're daddy? Yeah, all right. Come on. I mean, I want to laugh, but that's not. If you were in first place, I'd tolerate it more. But you guys are in 4th place. So it just sounds like, as bad as the Yankees are and have been, you're still in 4th place. You got nothing to say. You should just sit in the corner and just keep to yourself. Like, don't raise your hand and ask the teacher a question. You failed the test. If you were in first place, then you could talk, but you can't. So you guys lose anymore and you're gonna be Cleveland bad. You mean the Guardians bad? Guardians? I don't think the Guardians are doing that bad. They're 40 and 46. Okay. They are at the 500. Okay. Your team is still under 500. Still under 500. Jazz lifts one to left center field. That's up and that's gone. Jazz gets us back on the board.
It is high. It is far. It is gone. That one's driven deep to left field. There it goes. See ya.
That is ripped into right. Back at the wall. See ya.
Schmidt swings at the first pitch and launches it to left center field and deep. Mitchell back, track, wall. See ya.
So Jazz with a solo shot gets the Yankees on the board. So it's now 4-1. Dominguez takes way inside for ball 1. The wind is blowing crazy in Citi Field. It must be blowing out to left center because Jazz does not have opposite field power. Well, it's a run. We'll take it. You got no choice. Dominguez is hot. Like I said, comes in 271, 8 homers, 33 RBIs, 4 for 5 2 nights ago, 2 homers yesterday, and they somehow drop him back down to 6th. Eating dinner will come back and haunt you later. I know you will, John. You're such a Johnson. You're a huge Johnson. 2-2 count to Dominguez. Ground ball scooped up by Alonso at first for the second out. Damn, Ratcliffe, you're eating dinner at 4:30 in the afternoon? What, you got the early bird special? Oh, here's automatic out Volpe. Comes in hitting 222. What do you go, 5 for 5 to raise his average to 222? Volpe hits one foul off the netting down the line in left field. Count remains 1-2. In the dirt. Volpe swings at a ball a foot above the strike zone for strike 3. A foot above the strike zone, he swings. Okay. 2 up for the Mets. Jeff McNeil. Taylor, and back to top of Marte. If you guys don't have FS1, the game is also for free on MLB.tv. I think the whole weekend is free. Let me see if I can do this. Oh, I messed this up. There we go. I guess I have to do that. Chikati in the house. What's up, Chikati? He goes, yo. What's up, brother? What you talking? What's going on, George? Foul ball to McNeil. Count Stez 0-2. He just keeps fouling pitches off. Don't waste a pitch. What the hell is Nimmo wearing? McNeil line drive. Soft liner to Peraza at second for the first out. Yeah, I think we will. So Scott, are we going to stream SummerSlam? Yeah, probably. Well, I mean, if you're available, yeah. Super hot girlfriend Bealey says, twin. Is that Here's Taylor hitting 213 in the 9-hole with one out. Bealey twin. Fouled away. Count goes to 1-2. Ground ball to Chisholm. On to first. Throws it over Bellinger's head. And another error by Jazz at third base, who can't make accurate throws like Volpe. So the number 9 hitter gets on another infield error by Jazz Chisholm. So, yeah. Marte's going to be up now with a runner on first and one out. Yeah, should be a good show. Roman back, cash-in happening. I haven't even watched SmackDown from Friday, so from yesterday. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if Roman came back yesterday. But I know he's been away filming a movie, right? So yeah, strike. Oh, man. Okay. They're not giving Rodon that high strike for some reason. Bailey says Roman became a father for the 6th time. He's got 6 kids now? Wow. 6 kids. I thought he had like 1 or 2. He's got 6? Out of the way, count goes full. Two times he's had twins. Wow. That actually happened, I think, in my mother's family. Well, no, my mother has a set of twins on hers, and my father has a set of twins on his. Wow. Marte lifts the line drive over Dominguez's head, off the wall. Run's going to score. 5-1 Mets. Thanks a lot, Jazz. Thanks a lot, Chisholm. Ground ball, he throw it into the stands. And the guy comes around to score. Strike three, Lindor down on strikes. Swings at a pitch way up and out of the zone. There's a strike. Check swing, went around, strike two. Let's see if he throws one in the dirt as he usually does on an 0-2 pitch. Bust him inside. Does throw inside. Pops him up. Jazz over there. Makes the catch to end the inning. But a one-out error because Jazz Chisholm is absolutely terrible at third base. Leads to another run for the Mets. So it's now 5-1. And so for the Yankees, it's going to be Austin Wells hitting 215, followed by Peraza hitting 153. Then back to the top of the order with Grisham hitting 247. Boston tacks on 3 more runs in the third inning. They're up 5-0. Baltimore takes the lead on Atlanta. They're up 3-2. Yeah, so now the entire American League East is winning while the Yankees are losing. 6-0 Boston now. Mets in the house. What's up, Mets? Well, for the me, it's going good. Mets is doing his own stream. Nice. Probably a happier stream on your side at the moment. Understandable. One count to Wells as he takes a strike. Oh my God. Check swing strike two. Wells is complaining to the umpire because the umpire called it. And he said check with the third baseman, but he won't. Bealey says, "Hey, Mets," with a hug. Mets, you get a virtual hug from a super hot girlfriend. There you go, ladies' man. So Wells drills one deep to right field. That ball is gone.
It is high. It is far. It is gone. That one's driven deep to left field. There it goes. See ya.
That is ripped into right. Back at the wall. See ya.
Schmidt swings at the first pitch and launches it to left center field and deep. Mitchell back, track, ball. See ya.
So Austin Wells with a solo home run, second solo home run for the Yankees, gets the run back that they just gave away. And it's a 5-2 lead for the Mets. It's going to bring up Peraza, who swings at an outside pitch and fouls it away. Count quickly at 0-2. The wind, it's hard to tell which way the wind's blowing, but it's kicking in Citi Field today. Takes down low, count goes to 1-2. Uncle DJ in the house says, Murdog and members of the chat, what the F is happening in this game? I just came in from doing yard work. Turned on yes, and the Yankees are trailing 5-1. Then I turned to SMY and wham a homer. So maybe you should stick on SMY. Peraza fouls off the pitch. Counts this at 2-2. We know what this Yankee team is, DJ. We're not going to lie to ourselves about it. You know, I mean, if you don't know how they scored, Peraza hits one. I guess Vientos was there, fielded out at first. Yeah, Mark Vientos. All right, so TJ says I'm sticking at SMY. You should. So in the first inning, they gave up a leadoff double, which Dominguez in left field didn't run for the ball in the gap, and it bounced, and the guy ran and got a double out of it because he didn't hustle. Should have caught the ball, so instead of the out, he gets up a double. Then they walked Lindor. They had him at a 1-2 count, and then they just kept throwing the ball in the dirt and walked him. Get this, Juan Soto at first and second and nobody out in the first inning lays down a bunt to bring in the second and third. First inning. Then Pete Alonso walks to load the bases. Nimmo hits a grand slam. and then Chisholm homered for the Yankees, and then so we get a run back, and then ground ball. What did the number 9 hitter for the Mets hits a ground ball to Chaz Chisholm at third base. He throws it into the dugout or whatever. Throws it wild to first. So they get the number 9 batter on with the error, and then a double or a single drives him. No, a double off the wall drives him in. No, it was a single, but he hit it off the wall. So it's 5-1, and then Austin Wells hits a homer to make it 5-2. That's the recap so far. So I'm bringing up Trent Grisham, 1 out here. That's Peraza grounded out before. Grisham lifts one to center field. Taylor grabs at the warning track. 2 down. So we bring up Aaron Judge. Oh my God, that ball was 5 inches outside the zone. They called it a strike. Oh my God, these umpires are bad. They're bad, as usual. Every day, every crew, every umpire crew, they're bad. They're just bad. Every pitch could change the course of a game because they change at bats. They change what type of pitcher the guy throws next, the location. Everything matters, and they constantly get it wrong. It's the sport that has the most human error. The judge swings at a terrible, terrible pitch inside. That ball almost hit him. Was he too anxious to hit up there? Like what the? He just ruined this at bat. Strike 3 up in the zone. Isn't the Mets pitcher that we traded for from Oakland? Yes, he was always hurt, and he was always hurt and terrible when he pitched for us. Jazz and Wells stuck their bats out and hit a home run, but Jazz with a fielding error. Volpe playing, Volpe's at short. Yeah, actually, Volpe got away with one. It was a routine ground ball earlier, and he threw it wide of first base in towards home plate, like the right side of the bag. And Goldschmidt had to jump off the bag and catch it and tag the guy as he ran by. So it's just like another routine throw from shortstop, and he threw it wide. Luckily, we got the out, but it's, they can't field balls. They can't throw the ball. And management's not doing anything about it. Nothing. Boston tacks on 3 more runs, so they're up 9-0 in the third. There's 2 errors in that national game. 5 of the runs are unearned against Boston. Baltimore and Atlanta tied at 3. It's going to bring up Pete Alonso to lead off the bottom of the 3rd for the Mets. Pete's having a solid season. Down low, 2-1. Pete's coming in hitting 287. Wow, that's a great stat. Improved exit velocity, 4.6 miles an hour compared to last year. That's pretty good. Significant, actually. Smash the like button, says sound alerts. There's a strike to Pete. Count goes full. Oh, yeah, smash the like. Don't be a nerd. DJ says the rest of the AL East is winning. That's, yeah, I mentioned that. They'll probably be in last place by the All-Star game. You're not the first person to say that. If they're swept by the Mets, then ownership at the very least fire Boone. It's been like even when the Yankees are like winning, you know, they win not because of Boone, they win in spite of Boone. Wow, Alonso strikes out on a pitch a foot out of the strike zone. It's kind of just like the Aaron Judge at bat almost. Boone just does not make good decisions. He does almost every decision I've seen this guy make is the wrong one. Like there's no he does like most baseball managers go with their gut. His gut is cancerous, I guess. Like it's just terrible. I don't know. Matt in the house. Matt says Boone is the best manager in baseball. I wouldn't have Aaron Boone coach a Little League team. If my son was on a Little League team and Boone wanted to be the manager, I'd say no. His players are selling him out. That's just crazy. Line drive center field. Grisham nonchalantly makes the catch for 2 down. No, I've never bought into anybody saying, "Oh, the players quit on the manager." You can't do that in sports. I don't know why people think that. Imagine you're a player and you just mail it in and you make errors and strike out, right? Or, all right, you don't know baseball. Okay, let's just go with football then. I know you're a football fan. Well, if someone says, "Oh, the Jets are mailing it in," or they're not playing hard, the coach lost the locker room. Well, when you're on that field, everything you do is assigned to the back of your stat sheet. If you don't try and you miss tackles, guess what? When that team lets you go and you go try to get a contract with the next team, they're gonna be like, "Yeah, but I'm not paying you this. You missed 35 tackles. I'm not paying you for that. Oh, you don't want to try to get to the quarterback? I'm not paying you to be a pass rusher. You mailed it in." Like, so they might not like the managers or the coaches in whatever sport, but they play hard for themselves because their performance on the field dictates their next contract. Playing time. Imagine you mail it in and you stink and you get pulled and you're on the bench. Who's going to sign you? You're not going to be some high-profile free agent. You're going to be lucky to stay in the league. So when people say like, "Oh, they quit on the coach or the manager," that's BS. They might not care about the team or whether they win or lose. They might lose that, but their performance is never going to be hindered by a relationship with a coach at all. Just can't. A foul tip. Looks like Wells is shaking up a little bit. DJ says Boone has only won in the past because of their talent. Boone's gut is full of BS. It is like I said, they win in spite of him. They don't win because of Boone ever. They just never. Sound alert says smash the like button. Hell yeah. Jules Bugstad, the home run or nothing approach needs to go. The Yankees need to go back to playing fundamental baseball again because that's what wins games. Welcome, Jules, to the stream. If you look at the channel, if you go to my YouTube channel and you look at videos, I guess, early in the season, I broke everything down that's playing out right now. And one thing I've always said ad nauseum here is the Yankees play for the 3-run homer, and you can't hit 3-run homers if you don't have guys on base. Doesn't work. The strikeout rates are through the roof. I believe coming into the game as a team, they strike out 27% of the time as a team. If it wasn't for like Bellinger and Goldschmidt at like 17, 18%, the Yankees would be over 30% for as a team strikeout rate. Jazz Chisholm is back. He was at 37% strikeout rate. Now he's probably down to like 34, 35, something like that. He's still in the 30s. I know that. We actually did it the other night just to have an update on the strikeout rate. They don't bunt. In my videos, I said they don't bunt. They don't move runners over first and second. Nobody out. They won't. Juan Soto did it today in the first inning. If that doesn't prove my point to everybody, let that prove it right there. The best hitter on the Mets, who's on a hot streak, laid down a bunt in the first inning, first and second, nobody out. But the Yankees won't do it with a guy hitting 217. So Wells is going to come out of this game, by the way. Ascara got his gear on in the dugout, so he'll be replacing him. You know, you're playing against Boston. You're playing terrible, and you're in extra innings against Boston on the road, and you start off with the runner on second base, and you don't bunt him to third, and the bottom of your lineup is up, especially, and they can't score, and then Boston doesn't score. You get lucky to get out of that inning in top of the 10th, bottom of the 10th. Then the 11th inning comes, and you have a second opportunity to do it, and he won't do it. Volpe makes a throw across his body, gets Vientos for the third out. So the Mets don't score. Looks like, I don't know, Wells finished that inning. So I don't know if Ascar is going to actually come into the game. But that's what they do. They don't play smart baseball. I've said it 1,000 times on this channel. They just don't. These are fundamental things. These are not reinventing the wheel when it comes to the managing style, play style. This is like baseball 101 that he refuses to do. Talk about analytics. Well, a 37% strikeout rate is also an analytic that you should focus on. DJ says, Wells got a foul off the top of his forehead. We totally agree with you, Jules. Every fan, members of the chat agree with the Murdoch. Well stated. I mean, I hope so, but like I said, I said this the other night. I repeat myself all the time on those topics because there might be somebody in the chat that's watching this show for the first time, and Jules is a perfect example. First time in the stream, saying what I've been saying. You know what I mean? So you never know who's hearing you for the first time. So that's why I say it all the time. Let me see if I can find out. I'm going to look for something. How do I get a link? Trying to get a link to something. Oh, get shareable link. Okay, Jules, this is for you. If you open it up in a separate browser, that's one link. This is a second link about Boone that I dropped in April, a week or 2 weeks into the season. And there's a third one. So if you open up a separate browser, click those links, check out those quick videos. I think they are, let's see, one's 5 minutes long, one's 3 minutes long, the other's 4 minutes long. Check out those videos, hit the like, thumbs up. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button if you're here for the first time and you haven't. Murddog had to run and shower, but I'll be back later. Make sure you wash your goodies. Don't wash too much because then you'll be doing the METS. Can't be careful. It's a fine line. You can't cross. One down here in the fourth inning, Cody Bellinger grounds out to Pete Alonso. Counts quickly 0-2 to Ben Rice. Ben Rice goes down and gets one, hits one to the warning track. Soto tracks it down for the second out. Good play by Soto. It wasn't a terribly tough play, but he got there nonetheless. It's going to bring up Jazz Chisholm. Did Jazz go away from Jazz went away from the torpedo bat? Guess he doesn't like it anymore. You know what's crazy is that the Yankees had like a big game, hit a bunch of homers, couple like 3 or 4 homers from guys from torpedo bats, and everyone thought that they were like cheating. It's like, what? Jazz waves at a ball low for no reason. Three Detroit Tigers are starting the All-Star game. Glaber is one of them. Javier Baez, former second baseman, is starting in right field for the American League. What a terrible lineup. Wow. Guys, lips one to center field. Taylor's there, no problem, makes the catch, and that'll do it. So Frankie Montas threw 4, only giving up. The Yankees have 2 hits through 4 innings. And they're both solo home runs. That's it. 2 hits, 2 home runs, solo. Torrance, McNeil, and Taylor do up for the Mets, bottom 4th. The Mets only have 3 hits, but taking advantage of walks and errors. So the Yankees have had nobody on base outside of the 2 home runs. Nobody on base. No hits, no walks, no errors, nothing. Just the home run. Home runs are nothing. The link, if you want to call in, the link is posted in the chat. Here's Torrance. Torrance hitting 219 on the year, light-handed catcher. How many pitches is he at? Calls for Doan's at 66 pitches. So he could possibly make it through 6 if he doesn't give up any more runs. Although, can't trust Yankees bullpen, clearly. 2-2. Check swing, doesn't go. Ball fouled away. Count remains full. 7th pitch of the at-bat for Torrance. Low, but he swings and fouls that ball off. Ground ball to Chisholm. Makes the throw. Got him. 1 down. It's going to bring up Jeff McNeil, one of the heroes for yesterday's game again, with the Mets. 2-run homer late in the game. I always liked Jeff McNeil. I was always hoping the Yankees would grab him. Utility guy. I think he's a very good hitter. Smashes one to Cody Bellinger at first base. Oh, yeah, Goldschmidt's not playing today. So another off day. Another off day for Giancarlo Stanton. I mean, you could have Ben Rice catching and Stanton DHing. There's a foul ball. So rough 2 innings, 46 pitches, 23 and 23 for the first 2 innings for Rodon, but he's settled down since then. 16 pitches or less. There's a strike. Got Tyrone Taylor looking. That'll do it for the Mets in the fourth. Pretty quick inning. Chris says, Murdog, would you mind trivia questions? But I mean, if you got trivia, by all means, put them in. Not at all. Love trivia. I just hope every time anybody does trivia, which is fun, no Googling. So for the top of the fifth, the Yankees are going to have Jason Dominguez followed by Volpe and Wells. The Angels have tied Toronto in the 8th inning. They're tied up there. Washington gets 2 runs back. But it's 9-2 in the 5th. That game's over. Baltimore increases their lead on Atlanta to 5-3 in the bottom of the 4th. Dominguez takes ball 1 inside. Dominguez get jam shot. Lindor gets it. Fires just gets Dominguez sprinting down the line for the first out. Gotta love Dominguez's hustle. Chris says during the 2004 offseason, the Yankees focused on bolstering their rotation. The rotation consists of Randy Johnson, Mike Mussina, Carl Pavano, Brano. Which former Braves Atlanta pitcher? Jarrett Wright? Who also pitched for the Indians? I believe it's Jarrett Wright. Correct. Jarrett Wright. Hell yeah. Wasn't that great with the Yankees. He was really good with the Indians when he came up. Volpe takes a strike. Volpe throws the bat out there, flies out to center field. Easy play for Tyrone Taylor. Quickly 2 down. It's going to bring up Austin Wells, hit a solo home run earlier in the game. And that'll do it. Austin Wells pops out to Jeff McNeil. Let me see if I could I'm going to step away for a second. Put it back to him. In the meantime, enjoy Mets rendition of God Bless America. Usually we do it in the 7th inning, but we do it right now, so I have to step away. Be right back. Enjoy.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA. Well, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Okay. And we're back. Marte leads off, grounds to second base. Peraza one hops it to Bellinger for the first out. The Yankees just are allergic to making strong throws to first base routinely. Oh, what a lineup for the National League. Huh? Ohtani, Will Smith, Freddie Freeman, Tucker, Armstrong, Acuna in the outfield, Machado, Lindor, Marte in the infield. It's a hell of a National League lineup. Usually the American League wins, but the National League lineup looks a lot better. Chris says in 1999, the New York Yankees won Game 1 of the World Series thanks to a walk-off home run in extra innings by which outfielder? I mean, Game 3. Chad Curtis. Chad Curtis? Correct. Chad Curtis. I was in the military for that one. I was going back in the memory bank. Like, I had to watch all the games on VHS. I mean, I've got to follow it in the newspapers, but didn't get to see the games till they got sent to me in '99. Interesting story about Chad Curtis. He was a decent Yankee. When they got, he used to be, I believe he was a Anaheim Angel. They walked Francisco Lindor. He got in Derek Jeter's face. I think it was over, if I'm not mistaken, I think there was like a benches clearing situation. And Derek Jeter was like laughing and joking around like with another player, whether it was Boston and he's joking around with Nomar or A-Rod or someone he knew on the other team, like laughing with them. And Chad Curtis got in his ass and flipped out on him in the locker room. So the Yankees, you have a young star in Derek Jeter. They got rid of Curtis. Here's Juan Soto takes ball 1. And there's ball 2. There's a strike. Lindor steals second base. It's late, so another base runner steals on Austin Wells. Which teams like to do against the Yankees. Yankees can't throw anybody out, ever. Full count to Soto. Got him swinging. Way inside. Way inside. Wow, can't believe Soto swung at that. Jeez, that was way inside. That was clearly ball 4, but Soto won the hit, so committed early to that. Got him inside. So 2 down is going to bring up Pete Alonso. 0 for 1 with a strikeout, but has scored a run on that grand slam by Nimmo in the first. Pickoff attempt at second, not even close. Let's see if Krispy Kreme. See if you could stump the dog. You got any more trivia? I love trivia. Wild pitch. Lindor scoots over to third. Wild pitch. Wells can't do anything about it. Yankees setting himself up for more failure. Unbelievable. Alonso lifts one deep to right field. That ball's gone. Alonso with a 2-run homer. 19th home of the year for Pete. Now it's 7-2 Mets. It's going to bring up Brandon Nimmo. And Nimmo loops a base hit into left center field. 2-out hit. Rodon's at 93 pitches. Don't know if they're going to bring him out for the 6th if he makes through the 5th. I mean, he had 50-something pitches last inning. And they steal second base on Wells again. The Mets are just going out of their way to embarrass Austin Wells, which they should, because he's not a good defensive catcher. He can't throw out runners and he can't block the ball. Jules says Aaron Boone needs to go. It's just one excuse after another, and another with this guy in the press conferences. Boone's the type of guy to stand in the range and say it's a sunny day. Yeah, man, we heard a long time ago that, it's the analytics. And I guess the front office wants the team to be run through analytical strategies. And he's just like, yes, sir, whatever you want to keep his job. He'll just go with whatever the analytical people say. So I don't even think he's like the manager. He's just like the guy with the job. I don't think he's actually managing anything. Line drive right at Peraza, perfectly positioned. Otherwise, that would have been another 2-run, another single 2-out hit. The Yankees get out of that. Not before they give up another 2 runs to Pete Alonso's right field home run. Yankees down 7-2. Yeah, I don't know if you clicked on those links, Jules, but I did the videos in early April, 2 weeks into the season. Like, I've been feeling this way about Boone for years now. Feels like he's untouchable as long as he does what the front office wants with the analytics, but they focus on the wrong analytics. Cashman, it's like it's equal, right? Boone is responsible for how the team plays, meaning not necessarily the performance. He can't pitch, he can't field, and he can't swing the bat for the players. That's on them. But the moving runners, the lineup, accountability, all that stuff, that's on him. That's on Boone. Not playing smart baseball, playing for the 3-run homer. That's on Boone. Because you don't have the roster to do that. You don't have the players on the team to succeed with the style of baseball you're trying to play. You're trying to fit a square peg into the round hole. Now, that's on Boone. Now, Cashman is the one who put this roster together. that's on him. You got guys, your lineup today going down. 246 batting average, 363. That's Judge, obviously. 267, Bellinger. Bryce is at 229. Chisholm's at 246. Dominguez is doing better. He's at 269. Then you got Volpe at 220. Can't hit, can't field. You got Wells at 217. Barely hits, can't field. And you got Peraza, who sometimes can field, and he's hitting 152. Like, come on, man. Backup catchers hitting 216. Stanton, after a couple, 3 good games to start, is at 224. LeMahieu, who's lost a step in the field and at the plate's hitting 254. Goldschmidt started off hot, but he's back down to 282. But Goldschmidt's not the problem. He's thank God he's hitting 282. So the roster that Boone has, Cashman has put together is atrocious. It's not built for success. We were lucky we had that hot start to get a big lead. We're playing like a fourth-place team right now. We're a fourth-place team. And we're somehow lucky to hold on to the division lead this long, and now we've given that up. So this current Yankee team is not a playoff winner come October. Definitely not getting past the Tigers with this team, let alone the Dodgers. Not even going to make it there. If you remember last year, we got saved by Soto and Stanton in the playoffs. There's a ground ball in the hole. Soto fields. They say a great play by Soto, turning and firing. They're saying he's safe. Oswald Peraza beats out the throw. We'll see. They're probably going to check it. That was close. He's a corporate yes man and a puppet. Nope. Oh, that's the score. Yacine in the house. What's up, Yacine? The Yankees should have won yesterday's game. Weaver's blown 3 games. Yep. Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, I saw the game on replay, the condensed version. Nekas FM, hello. What's up, Nekas? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Yacine says, Soto bunted runners on first and second and no outs and was successful in the first inning. First inning. Here's Grisham who lifts the ball, sliding in left field, can't make the catch. The Yankees are going to have first and second and nobody out in the 6th inning. Let's see if they bunt them over. Well, no, Aaron Judge is up there, not bunting with Aaron Judge. Okay. But if Juan Soto could bunt with first and second and nobody out in the first inning, I don't see why anybody should not bunt. That was smart baseball. Chris says, who hit the final home run at the old Yankee Stadium? I know this. I know this. Was it Mark Teixeira? No. I'm sorry. It wasn't Mark Teixeira. He wasn't on the team yet. Forget that. Something's telling me. No, I don't think Nick Swisher was on the team yet either. I think it was an obscure guy. It wasn't one of the stars. It wasn't wait, was it? Oh, Jorge Posada. Was it Jorge? Necker says hello. What's up, brother? Yacine says Jeter and A-Rod. Got to pick one. Pick one, Yacine. I'm saying, what did I just say? Jorge. I said Jorge. Jorge Posada. Because I know it wasn't the superstars. It wasn't Jeter. It wasn't A-Rod for sure. No, not Jorge Posada. Oh, okay. I thought it was Jorge. So, I kind of remember it. It wasn't a superstar. It wasn't an A-Rod or a Jeter. New here in enemy territory. It's okay. What team do you root for? Everyone's welcome. It doesn't matter what team you root for. We got plenty of Met fans in here. We got Red Sox fans in here. Judge grounds out to third base. High throw, but Alonso is able to make the grab. Hideki. I thought of Hideki, but it's not him. No, it's not Hideki. It's not A-Rod. Well, the Mets. Well, that's okay. We got plenty of Mets fans that hang out in the streams. I'm just hoping not to get swept by the Mets, or the Red Sox or any team. But the Mets are definitely better than the Yankees right now. 100%. It's not even close. Cody Bellinger swings at a low ball. Should have took that. It's not Hideki. It's an obscure guy. The answer to this question is an obscure guy. Oh, man, it's driving me crazy because I know it, too. I mean, I don't think it's Nick Swisher. I don't know if Nick Swisher was on the team. 2009 is when they got the World Series. That's when they got the guys. But spicy because I'm European and have zero relation to Queens or NYC in general. Wow, that's weird. Usually Europeans would be Yankee fans. Bellinger loops one. That's going to be a base hit into center field. The run's going to score. Cody with a hustle double. 2 runs are going to score. So the Yankees get 2 runs and cut the deficit from 7-4 to 7-4. Now, if they don't give up that 2-run homer, it's a 1-run game. Yacine says Bobby Abreu. That's a good guess. That's a good guess. Raul Ibanez. Raul Ibanez. Is it Raul? September 21st, 2008. Was it Raul Ibanez? That'd be crazy if it's him. I'm trying to think when Raul played. Not Ibanez. Was it Austin Romine? Backup catcher? It's a good question. I remember somebody else, Wilson Betemit. That's a good. No, I don't think it's Wilson Betemit. I remember when the last home run was hit, and I was like, it's going to him. Like it wasn't one of the superstars. That's why I was like, Great guesses though. Yeah, Betemit. Yeah, that's good. It's trying to remember who was on the 2008 team. I remember. Tell me if I'm right, Chris, that it's not one of the stars. It's like a backup or just like it's not. Well, it's not A-Rod. It's not Jeter. And it's not Jorge. I thought it was Jorge for some reason. The player wasn't a bum. He wasn't like a bad player, but he wasn't a star. Johnny Damon? Nah, it wasn't Johnny Damon. Chris Neka says, also funny enough, I see a lot of Yankees merch in Europe, but it's funny because people think it's a brand. Oh, the Yankee stuff. Well, what part of Europe are you in? I have a European girlfriend. Super hot girlfriend. Super hot. You're muted. We're getting ready for dinner. I thought you already went to eat dinner. I see the score and reading the chat. Everybody, if you want to take your mind off to lose the Yankees and the Jersey Jets, think about the Buffalo Bills. No. Ben Rice, lifts one. Damn it. Center field. Let's see if they walk Aaron Judge now with 2 down. No, it's not one of the stars. Not Damon. Melky Cabrera. It might be Melky. And you probably Googled it because I think it is Melky. Oh, it's not Melky. It's someone like Melky, though. It's someone like him. And from Serbia, a.k.a. Jokic land. And if you thought, it's my dad's favorite player, Nikola Jokic. Gotta love Nikola Jokic. Okay. I was over there in the military. I was at Bosnia, Kosovo. I was over there. We used to, one of the saddest things back then, like when Milosevic was in charge, we do patrols, and there was like a lot of kids in there were freezing cold. Freezing. Like, I mean, we were all bundled up in our gear and stuff. And there'd be kids like waiting for us, and they'd be wearing tank tops, like white tank, like t-shirt tank tops, and it's so cold. and they were hungry. They were skinny. We used to give them extra clothes out of it. We would bring clothes knowing that we would run into them because they always waited for us and along the sides of the roads. And we'd bring extra sweaters and just things to keep them warm. We'd give them food. We'd bring extra food out for them to eat. And I mean, like groups of like 15 kids a day just along the roads. And I remember teaching them how to build fires. Like I'd grab all these rocks and make a big circle and teach them how to make fires to keep warm. The kids were happy to see us. It was terrible, just terrible to see them like that. Yeah, that was a sad time, man. Being a soldier, because it's not like doing the things that you have to do as an infantry guy. It's and even when I became a fireman, when I came home. When you see the kids always get me, whether it was as a fireman or a soldier, the kids. Robinson Cano, I don't think it was Cano. Joel says, I'm curious to see how the Yankees address the draft in this year. I don't even know where we're picking. I'm not even sure where we're picking. Not Cano. Yeah, that was rough, man. Jose Molina. Oh, wow. And Chris says Jose Molina, correct. Jules got it. Yeah. I don't think I ever would have got that. I don't think I would have said Jose Molina. Damn. Nice. Next says we have a new Milosevic, but really, we don't like him either. Yeah. That's rough, man. Sorry to hear that. That guy can't get into too much what we had to do, but we've seen firsthand what happened. And the thing is, it wasn't like such public national news back then, like it would be today. Also, sorry, I didn't know this would start such a hard topic. It's okay. I mean, we talk about anything. Cody Rhodes is acting as guy off the Street Fighter. Yeah, I heard that last week. It's not a good casting job. Nick says the country has been protesting since like November. Yeah, you can't. Well, I'm trying to think of how to say it. Jazz with a soft grounder to the pitcher, hustles, but in time. So Mets get out of the inning, but they give up 2 runs. 7-4 Mets. Jewel says we have a compensation pick in round A, pick 39. We also have, the teams that like the Yankees, like it's crazy that we don't pick till like the late 30s. We also have picks 103, 134, 164 as well as 6th and 7th round pick. But there's a lot of rounds in the draft. But why don't we get to pick like 30, 31? I don't know why we have to pick all the way down there. On a lighter note, Christian Yelich is part Serbian, is he? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Sound alerts, subscribe and follow both on Twitch and YouTube if you haven't yet. Hell yeah. Jeff Samardzija. I remember people going Samardzija, but I think it's Jeff Samardzija. Jeff Samardzija, I loved him. I'm a Notre Dame fan in football, college football, and Jeff was a great receiver for Notre Dame. And then he was also a pitcher. And he was a pretty good pitcher in major leagues too. I was hoping he got to play football. He was pretty good in football. Angels and Toronto have gone into extra innings. Wow, still tied at 3. Boston still up 9-3 in the 7th. Baltimore and Atlanta are tied in the 5th. I'm 6th, 5-5, sorry. Make sure you guys subscribe on the YouTube side as well. If you're from Twitch, and if you're YouTube, go to Twitch. Oh, wrong button. What the hell was that? Somebody hit Aaron Judge in the face with what? Aaron Judge got a Band-Aid on. Somebody hit him? Oh, damn. A ball came. Aaron Judge was running off the field, and the ball came in, hit him in the face, and cut his eye. It's like when they throw the balls at the end of the inning. I don't even know why they even do that. He wasn't looking, and it hit him in the face. That's. Joel says, because we went over the luxury tax threshold. Oh, is that why? Okay. Also, we're under 300, though. Like, I think we have the 3rd highest payroll. We're only at like 280. Dodgers are well over 3, I believe. I think the Mets are over, too. I also wish the MLB draft would allow teams to trade up or down like the NFL. They can. I think they can. I've never heard that they can't trade draft picks. They should. You heard, Yassine says, you heard who was that? Scott Efros is in the game for Rodon. Luis Torrens strikes out swinging. Is Jeff? Oh, I rewound it. That's why, to go check that what happened to Judge. Luis Torrens. Jeff McNeil flies out Dominguez and left for a quick 2 outs with Scott Efros. You heard the UFC fight next year will be outside the White House to celebrate 250th anniversary of independence. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Nick says, okay, well, a question, but what do you think Yelich's legacy would be with the Brewers? Well, didn't he win an MVP with the Brewers? So I think it will be good. I think it'll be good. He had a lot of great years. He was better with the Brewers, I think, than he was with the Marlins. I mean, let me see. I mean, he's it seems like Yelich is down. I mean, he's 33 years old. He's not too old, but he's been with Milwaukee a long time. So he was only with the Marlins for 5 years. He's been with Milwaukee for this is like his 8th year. He's hit 315 for them. He hit 326, 329. He's had some good years. But they came in his really good years came the first 2 years in Milwaukee. He hasn't been great. He hasn't been great since 2019. He hasn't been great, but he's been a pretty solid player overall. But yeah, those first 2 years in Milwaukee, he was, MVP worthy. So heading to the top of the 7th, the Yankees better get this going if they want to get back in this game. They're down 3 runs. Yep, MVP 3 times, an All-Star, good amount of personal trophies. Yeah, he was good. He was good. He's just kind of like, he's getting older. That happens to everybody. You can't be a superstar forever, but he's definitely had some good years. Jewel says, also on a positive note, Cam Schlittler, our number 10 prospect and our best pitching prospect, is being called up to make his debut against the Mariners. Yeah, he's been killing it in the minor leagues right now, so I'm glad to see him get a shot. I know it's unfortunate that Clark Schmidt's having another injury to Clark, but this one's it's going to be Tommy John. So he might miss all of next year as well. But he's a number 5 starter at best. If you be honest with yourself, Clark Schmidt's a number 5. Number 4 on a mediocre rotation. You got a young, promising guy to come in. You never know. He's been doing good in the minors, so I'm glad to see Cam getting the call up. 4 NFL Central titles, 2 division wildcard. Yeah, he's a catalyst for that team. Yassine says, I like how MLB, ESPN experts are saying and crowning Cal Raleigh as he's not the MVP. Come on. Cal Raleigh is not going to be the MVP. Maybe they want somebody other than Judge. I don't know, but that's not going to happen. Cal Riley has 35 home runs, but he's hitting 271. Aaron Judge got 31 home runs, and he's hitting 362. So, yeah, the guy's got power numbers. Better power numbers right now. What up, Miggy? Miggy in the house. What's up, homie? Smash the like button. Yes, sir. Dominguez takes ball low and inside in the dirt. Count goes to 1-2, leading off to 7. Love Lady in the pitch for the Mets. Neka says, I'm just a huge nerd because he's really the only good Serbian descendant, not counting basketball because we're amazing at it, that plays an American sport. Well, Yelich grew up in America, right? So, like if you grew up in Serbia, let's say I grew up in Serbia, I'd probably be playing basketball or soccer. Minga's down on strikes to the first out. The Mets beating us in those fugly uniforms adds to the embarrassment. Yeah. That's so true. I don't know why they thought that was a good uniform, but of course they're going to wear them. They're never going to – I don't care if the Mets are better than the Yankees this year. They're never going to be New York's team. It's not going to happen. It's just not. That's why they're wearing NYC jerseys, like they represent the city. They're just another team. They're not never. Just like it's going to be hard for the Jets to be New York's team over the Giants. It's not. It's more of a giant city. There's a strike to Volpe. Neka says, Miggy Padilla, pardon you, the black and purple jerseys. Pardon you, the black and jersey. Black and purple jerseys are amazing. It's totally. The color scheme is totally not anything to do with Mets colors. They're Colorado Rockies colors, purple and black. Amazing to wet my hands with. Yeah. Sound alert, smash the like button. Clippers fans, as you've seen, say they own the Lakers and run LA. Come on. I was choking on that one. Clippers fans say they run LA. Jeez. They have 0 titles. No superstars ever. Just so you guys know, I think the call-in link is posted, pinned to the chat. Volpe lifts one to left field. It's deep. And that ball is gone.
It is high. It is far. It is gone. That one's driven deep to left field. There it goes. See ya.
That is ripped into right. Back at the wall. See ya.
Schmidt swings at the first pitch and launches it to left center field and deep. Mitchell back, track, ball. See ya.
So Volpe hits his 10th home run of the year. It's first home run in a while. Number 10, though, that brings the Yankees to within 2 runs. Yankee bats coming alive a little bit here in the later innings. 7-5 Mets. It's going to bring Austin Wells. Crazy that 3 players that the Yankees probably need to change have all hit solo home runs today. Be nice if you hit these home runs where with runners on base. NECA says, okay, agree that it's totally unrelated to Mets colors, but they do look nice. Well, yeah, if they were more Mets colors, then it would be a different story. If they were the Colorado Rockies, then it would be like, okay. I don't think you'd ever see the Yankees do that. Volpe's booty cheeks. He is. He's got to go. Boston scores again. Jeez. There's Max Fried, tomorrow's starter, our only hope. What's your opinion, says Yassine, on the Clippers' new arena at the Intuit Dome? I don't have an opinion on it. I mean, if they're playing at a separate arena from the Lakers, that's a good start to having your own identity, but I don't know. You should have your own stadiums. I don't like them teams share stadiums. Like the Jets and Giants, I hate the fact that we have to share a stadium with them. NECA says, okay, while we're talking about style and full Yankees logo is awful, like the white and red just doesn't work. But just the New York logo is good. The Yankees don't have any red in their uniform. You mean white and blue, like navy blue? Or are you talking about the one up top here? If you're talking about the one up top here, top of the screen, up there, let me see. That's the real Yankee logo right there. Check swing. Wells grounds back to the pitcher. Or this one. It's one of those. The navy blue with the white. Or this one. That's the logo. This one is the old school one from like the 80s. That's the first logo that they had when I was a kid. The one on your shirt. Yeah. This one is the same one as this one up here. Yeah. This is the one I grew up with. Jeez, that lady's on. So DJ LeMahieu is going to pinch hit for Peraza. Chris Davinsky is going to come in and pitch for the Mets. With 2 down here in the 7th inning. Yassine says, my prediction on SummerSlam is that Cody Rhodes will defeat Cena. Seth Rollins will cash in his Money in the Bank and win the title on the same night. That's highly possible. That's definitely possible. I don't know. Cody losing the same night. That's. I don't think they. Oh, DJ smacks a 2-out base hit to first. Soto base hit, line drive to first base. Juan Soto throws the ball to first base to try to get DJ LeMahieu at first base, and he almost gets him to where they almost challenged the play. That's how close it was. Soto was playing in, grabs the ball, fires. That was almost embarrassing. I mean, he was safe by like this much. It's going to bring up Trent Grisham. Chance to tie the game here. Miggy with Yankees trivia time. Chris B loves trivia. Hell yeah, Miggy. Everyone buckle up for trivia. Come on, Grisham. Another ground out to the pitcher. Two ground outs to the pitcher in the inning. Come on, man. Yassine says, there's speculation that Goldberg will defeat Gunther at Saturday night's main event and that Rollins will cash in his Money in the Bank contract, win the title the same night. That would be better if it's Goldberg's last. I don't know if you want to take the title off Gunther already. He just got it back. And he's going to lose like his first title defense. I don't know if they're going to do that. I wouldn't mind, to tell you the truth. I like Gunther, but I don't like him as the champion. He's very boring and bland. His personality is like, I do like him, but I don't know. Some people shouldn't be champion. But that's actually not a bad scenario for sure. Miggy says, who started at second base for the Yankees for the first Subway Series played June 6, 1997? June 6, 1997. Who started at second base? Mariano Duncan? Trying to think I'm trying to think who was the second baseman for the Yankees in 96. And Mariano Duncan was a second baseman for us. Or Luis Sojo? Mariano Duncan, Luis Sojo. Who else was there? Knobloch didn't get to the Yankees, I don't think, until like 98. There's a base hit. And Mauricio gets a hustle double. Mauricio pinch hits from Marte and gets a base hit up the middle with a check. Of course. Base hit up the middle, the Yankees can't. Yankees can't get to the ball in time. And he gets a double out of it. That's absurd. I don't know what to say. Correction. Game was played on June 16th. I have a guess. Was it? What the hell was that? Another hustle double? The Mets score another run, so it's 8-5. What happened? What the hell was that? No, hold on. I'm missing one. Opinion on Citi Field, ignoring the rivalry. An error in center field. A base hit to center and an error by Chisholm allows Mauricio to score and Lindor get to second base. So another run for the Mets, 8-5. And the Yankees making a pitch and change like it matters. Citi Field, I don't. I think the stadium is nice. I think the field sucks. It was worse though when the Mets initially made the stadium. The stadium, the surrounding, like inside the stadium, looks nice, but the dimensions are huge. The fences are high. They had all these like weird shapes. It was really terrible to hit in. I mean, think of the career that David Wright would have had. Better career than he did if the field wasn't so weird. You know, the high fences and the deep dimensions. I think they moved them in because the Met players weren't happy with the height of the wall, the curvature of the wall, the angles. I think that's stupid. When it's not symmetrical, when it's out of whack. That I don't like about Citi Field, but the stands look nice. You know, the decorations look nice. I was actually at Citi Field when it was fairly new doing a Spartan race, and there's a hole in my thigh from that Spartan race. We were in the upper deck. You know, it's part of you have to do. It's like a whole workout thing. And part of it, you know, running the stairs at Citi Field, and then you have to run down the aisles, and it's very, very narrow. And I'm not a skinny guy. I'm not, you know, narrow. I'm somewhat wide. And trying to jog in a line with all these people, and you're getting timed. And when this chairs are metal, and they have like these like knobs, like these metal knobs or wood, whatever it was, with the armrest. My thigh crashed into it in the upper deck as I'm jogging. So imagine hitting a metal chair because you're trying not to fall. You know, you're trying not to fall down a row and tumble and break your legs. So I was like, oh, but I had to keep running. And then I was like, oh my God. Like it felt like somebody hit me in the thigh with a bat. And I just had to keep running through the pain. And then like 30 seconds later, I hit another one. And I was like, oh my God, it's the worst. So I had a literal dent in my thigh. The worst, my whole thigh bruised up after the race because I had to keep running through the race. And finished at in the like top 5-10% or whatever it was, like top echelon of my age group. And to this day, there's like a little divot in my thigh. 1-2 count to Juan Soto. Let me catch up in the chat. Miggy says, never been, but it looks like a nice stadium. Yeah, it is. The field's not nice, but the meaning the dimensions and the walls, but the stadium itself is nice. Any guesses in the chat and trivia? No cheating. I made guesses. I don't know if did you hear them? I have a guess. It was Mickey Padilla. I did play second base, but not for the Yankees. It's a fair guess. Peter in the house says this Yankees team is so soft. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Miggy says, I remember the days of Shea Stadium and all the chop shops surrounding them. They're still there. They're still there. NECA says, Peter, I mean, it would be better if the center field hands were soft instead of bouncing them like bricks. If you mean Trent Grisham's error, yeah, 100%. Just commuting house. What's up? Is that Pete? What's up? Petey Pablo, Peter Picker Pepper, Petey? I thought Petey would be at the game today. If that's him, either way. What's up, Pete? If that's Pete, I think it is. The other Peter says at Knackers, Rodon's red sweaty neck stats. 48 innings pitched, 98 home. I think you predicted the other night, Peter, that the Yankees were gonna. There's some crazy stat. The Mets have like at least 6 runs on home runs tonight, right? Grand slam, 2-run homer by Alonso. Yeah, so at least 6 of their 8 runs are on home runs. What is your opinion on MetLife Stadium? Very cookie cutterish. Very cookie cutterish, but a lot of people. Petey Pablo says, yes, sir. I went Thursday night. What'd you guys play Thursday night? Alonso drills one. That's out of here. 3-run homer for Pete, so it's going to be 11-5 Mets. This game is over. Miggy says the starting second baseman for the Yankees was Pat Kelly was my first guess. Damn it. But I didn't know if he was on the team anymore. Oh, he's the first person that popped into my mind of early 90s, but you said 97. I didn't know if Pat Kelly was on the team in 97 because I don't remember him playing in 96. Damn it. I thought his last year in the Yankees was 95. Whenever his neck starts to get red and sweaty, it's over. Home run, says Peter. Yeah. Alonso's 20th homer of the year against Sandridge. I don't even know who the hell Sandridge is. Who is this relief pitcher? Who the hell is Sandridge? I don't know, but he comes in and gives up a 3-run homer. So, whatever. What a joke. Yep. Love Pete Alonso. I'm happy for Pete Alonso. I like Pete Alonso. It's good for him. He's a good kid. Bro, the Yankee season is over. It's starting to look like that. I mean, the Yankees are a trash team. They are. Sorry. They're terrible. The manager's terrible. The management's terrible. They're just we talk about it on a nightly basis here. We just say it every day. You got to be honest. Like, this team is not good. We had no base runners in the first 4 innings other than 2 solo home runs. Nothing. We make errors. We can't field ground balls. We can't throw it to the bases when we do field. We strike out almost 30% of the time as a team. It's absurd. Can't hold on to leads. You don't move runners over. You don't do it in extra innings. Come on. Nemo laces one down the line. Foul. Wow, that Met fan was going to jump on the field. He had to be held back by an usher. The kid tried to dive on the field for a foul ball. None of them care. I think they care. I just don't think they're good enough. We become the New York jet skis. At least I have hope. At least I have hope with the Jets. I don't really have much hope with the Yankees. Clownkeys, yeah. Nemo, fat ball again. DJ says, what the F? I just turned the game back on and eating dinner, and now I want to throw up. I wanted the Yankees to sign Pete when he was a free agent. Yeah, I would have loved to have Pete Alonso on the team. Pete Alonso is going to be the Met with the most home runs by the end of the season. You mean all time? Who has it now? Darryl Strawberry? Who's the leading home run hitter for the Mets of all time? Is it Darryl or is it David Wright? Because you got to think long. It could be David Wright talking about longevity with the team. Swing and a miss, got him. Too little, too late. Miggy says, I don't hear about pom-poms, infrared. Yeah, infrared. Optimism. Optimism is equivalent to pom-poms, I guess. Doesn't Mike Piazza have the most home runs as a Met? I don't think the longevity was there. He played a lot of years with the Marlins and Dodgers combined. I don't know. I think half of his career was a Met. DJ says Strawberry 252. Pete. Okay, so Pete Wright and Piazza. Yeah. Okay, so it is Strawberry. Yeah, it's Strawberry with only 6 in front of Alonso. Yeah, so he'll break that this year. And he passed David Wright this year. Okay. Team's actually 4. Yeah. Here's Vientos. Foul ball away. Who the hell is Sandridge? Anybody know who the Sandridge kid is? Yassine says, Boone says it's right in front of us. Yeah, the exit. Get your ass out of here. The exit's right there. It's right in front of you. Bye. Cashman, take Cashman with you. Strike 3, got him. Oh, that Thunder's wrong. No, craziness. The Thunder rolled for 35 seconds yesterday. Same rolling Thunder. It was the same thing. And you heard it going, like, traveling away. Incredible. I mean, it was loud. You could hear it in the house. It was crazy. I should have ran outside to check it, but Thunder and Lightning is, I like it. Next says, also the Mets are first and most important stat in MLB. Injured players. Who's injured for the Mets? They're not injured like the Yankees. I mean, the Yankees have Gill still out. Schmidt's out with Tommy John probably for the next year and a half. Cole's out for the year. Probably won't come back till midway through next year. Giancarlo Stanton can't run at all without tearing a calf. The Yankees' injuries are ridiculous. Boone said the team needs to be unfazed, and that's why we are the best team in the league. The Yankees aren't even the best team in their own city. Javian Sandridge, left-handed relief pitcher, had been called up in the Yankees. He was selected from AAA. I'd never even heard of him, DJ. Best team at losing, yeah. I predict 90 straight losses to end the season. It doesn't feel like we'll ever win again. Like, bring on the Rockies. Let us get another crack at the Rockies. Maybe we'll sweep them this time. They're going to rename it back to the Highlanders. Can't hurt. 16 of your guys. Really? Who's hurt? D-Rails 93. What's up? Welcome to chat. Mets have 15 guys. Who? Who's on who? Who's hurt? I mean, to your pitching staff, I know Griffin Canning went down with a torn Achilles. Who else do you guys have hurt? So I'm looking at your team. Marte, okay, Lindor, Soto, Alonso, Nimmo, Vientos, McNeil. You guys got Brett Beatty's there. You guys got like your stars. Your best players are playing. So like, who do you have hurt? That's crazy. Ratcliffe back to haunt me. Like he said before, Red Sox win 10-3. He's still in 4th place. If you're the WNBA, were allowed to allow one team to have an NBA 12th man join and play regularly, would that WNBA go undefeated? If the WNBA allowed a team to have an NBA player, would they go undefeated? Yes. Blue Jays won in extra innings. Okay, great. This is good. If the Yankee season's over, I want them to be like 15 games out, so everyone gets fired. We need that to happen. So if this year has to get sacrificed, so they finally fire Boone and Cashman, so be it. But I think Cashman's gonna have to like have an accident for him to get fired. I don't think they'd ever fire him for a few reasons that I was gonna do a video on it. DJ says this marks the first time being called up in the major leagues. He was previously on a 60-day injured list for Scranton before being cleared in late May. Yeah, because I'd never heard of him. Guys, predict the AL and NL MVPs right now. Jeff McNeil, sorry, gets hit. He's down. So that's going to run us on first and second with 2 down and bring up Tyrone Taylor. Did he throw at him? Like, I don't think he did. I didn't see it, though. Well, I'll see it. Let's see. Oh, he threw it up and in. Hit him in the tricep. So it hit him in the upper arm. So at least he wasn't going for his head. That's a good thing. DJ says hit him in the head. No, hit him in the like what? Right here? Red Sox win their 10,000 game today. Is it the 10,000th? Nice for you. Judge, and they're going to hand Ohtani another MVP. Yeah, that sounds about right, Judge and Ohtani. Boone's going to the bullpen. He's going to take out Sandridge. He's at 31 pitches. Very ineffective major league debut. 2/3 of an inning. 1 hit, but he walked 2, struck out 2, gave up a 3-run homer. So not a good start to your career, buddy. D-Rose, great stream, champ. Thanks, brother. A lot of guys do play-by-play. I don't. I mean, I'll tell what's going on. Every other pitch, an out, a hit, whatever happens. But it's more like a hangout to where converse with the chat. The link's always in the chat for people to call in. It's really just like a hangout session every day to watch games and talk about whatever. Talk about everything. All teams, all sports. But focusing on the game for the most part. Yassine says, if I told you that the Yankees had a 7-game lead in the division and that they would be in 3rd place the next month, what would be your thought? I would think Judge was out. I think Judge was out for sure. Like, or Max Fried, like debilitating injuries to the core of the team. Hit the upper arm, bounced off his head. Yeah. Still feeling comfortable about our new wager. I was never comfortable with either wager. So no. I could always back out of it, Ratcliffe. The series hasn't started yet. I could always back out via puss, but I don't know. I won't back out of it. I'm just kidding. Should the Pistons kill 5 of their players to initiate a disaster draft? Hypothetical. Conversation you guys are having about the Yankees roster right now. Yankees roster is listen, I've been a fan for over 40 years. I've seen bad Yankee teams. This is like not too far away from those bad disaster teams. But the Pistons don't Pistons have a good young core. They have Jalen Duran, right? Is that his name? Or Jaron Duran, Cade Cunningham. They got some good young players. So They were at the top of the draft for a few years, and I think they did okay with that draft. So those drafts, plural. So I think they're on the come up. Baboon, fire him. That's right, TJ. I think Peter said that the other day, which I'm stealing. Baboon. Ground ball to Chisholm, on to second for the Force to end the inning, but not before the Mets put up 4 runs and crushed the Yankees' dreams again. JT Brubaker gets the final out. Also, someone please tell me they know about the Pistons meme. No, I don't. I just, you brought up the Pistons. I was like, I have no idea, but I know they're an up-and-coming team. I've never seen the meme. At least the Rays lost today. Wow, the whole AL East was winning, by the way. Keyboard hit the floor. Fixed. There we go. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Yeah, if you're not subscribed, man, we got beef. If you ain't subscribed to the channel on YouTube, got you. Neck, it says the Pistons post was last year when they lost like 40 in a row. Oh, okay. Yeah, they were bad last year. But let's see. Oh wait, wrong. Click the wrong button. I'm looking. Let's see. Okay, so Cade Cunningham, Jaden Ivey, Jalen Duren. Those gonna be 3 pretty good players. Alsor Thompson's young. Tobias Harris ain't bad. They got Ron Holland. So they just signed Duncan Robinson. So they got a decent 5-6 players to work with. They were 44-38 this season. So losing all those games last year, they were now 6 games over 500 this year. That's why I'm saying like they're an up and coming team with young talent. Ratcliffe says the Red Sox youth is quickly emerging. Pitching is starting to come together. I expect Breslow to make a move for another quality pitcher and a good bat at the deadline. You should hope so. Here's Ryan Stanek coming in to pitch the 8th, 35 games, 2-4 record, 3.90 ERA. Former Ray. NECA says last year someone posted disaster draft hypothetical on Reddit because the Pistons lost how many in a row. People reposted it everywhere. Disaster draft. That's crazy. Probably funny, though. I haven't seen it, though. Teacher says, we're leaving to get ice cream now. Will you be on tomorrow? I should be on tomorrow, yeah. The only days I really don't do the games is weekday afternoon games. And if I have something I can't get out that I have to do. Otherwise, I mean, if you're in the Discord, you'll be notified, or if you have the notifications on, you'll know about 30 to 60 minutes before I go on. But anticipate most games I do. You should know that. Yassine says, do you think players in their own sport should be punished for betting in their own sport? I think if it involves their own team. Outside of that, I don't have a problem with it. But anything that's in their direct control that they could affect, which is their own games. I don't even have a problem with a team like a guy betting on his own team to win. But really, just don't bet on your own team. Like, yeah, if you bet on your team to win, I don't really have that much of a problem with it. But just for the safe side, just stay away from your own team. What do I think of the Jets this upcoming season? I'm more hopeful than the majority of Jet fans. 1-2 count to Aaron Judge. I'm more hopeful. We're going to have, I think, more of an intermediate passing, run-heavy offense. First time ever that we have a true mobile quarterback. I don't really count the Michael Vick days. But the game plan is going to be short intermediate passes. Garrett Wilson trying to hit the tight ends because they really don't have a great receiving core. They're going to use all 3 running backs. If Breece Hall gets a handoff on a 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2, then Aaron Glenn should get punched because that's what you got Braylon Allen for, bulldozer. Judge reaches out, foul ball, stay alive. The defensive run game, that was our Achilles heel last year, is we can't stop the run. That's why I wanted one of the defensive tackles in the draft. We passed on every one of them. We signed Derek Nottie because I guess they think he's going to be the answer. We'll see. Judge reaches out, fouls off again. Count remains 2-2. Hoping JJ comes back healthy. It's going to be, coming off the Achilles is going to be tough because he needs that for the burst. But we're going to be a ball control. Run the clock down, run for first downs. But here's the thing. How many times did you see 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 10? Ball through to Aaron Judge. Yeah, Jets can't convert. Now they have a quarterback that can run and get it. So drives are going to get extended. So you keep the defense off the field as much as possible. Move the chains with Justin Fields' legs as best you can. Ball for Aaron walks. So Yankees have a runner first. Keep the defense fresh in the 4th quarter. But back to this question, a floor of 4 wins, a ceiling about 8, maybe 9. 2 next week. I mean, I don't think I'm even going to watch it. I don't care about evolution. Bringing Nikki Bella back again, like enough. Like everyone hates her, and it's stupid. I think it's stupid. It's a dumb pay-per-view. I'm definitely not going to make it a priority. I don't even know if I'll watch it. Neckers says, "Are you glad old man Rodgers is no more?" I liked Aaron Rodgers. I did a video on it to where I said in the video, there's no better option for the Jets this upcoming season than Aaron Rodgers unless they sign Justin Fields. He was the only person I'd be okay with signing instead of Rodgers, and they got Justin Fields. So I'm okay with it because for a few reasons. Now you have a lot of Jet fans, they don't understand that this year is going to be. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Somebody just pulled on my door to try to open my door from my backyard door. And I was just ready to go ape shit on somebody. So, tried to run like, "You trying to get into my house?" Oh, man, that would have been bad. But it wasn't a stranger. Are you glad? Oh, so this is going to be an audition year for the Jets, meaning audition year. You got a new coaching staff, new general manager. Everybody on the team is auditioning for their reps and their spot on the roster. Garrett Wilson's not in danger, right, of reps, but you know what I mean. The majority of the roster, they're playing for their spot on the team, and they're playing for the amount of playing time they're going to get, and there will be accountability for the first time in a long time. And the beauty of what happened here, a lot of people are upset about. The Jets didn't do anything in free agency. Well, that's a good thing because there was really nobody of note worthy of like big contracts. And you gave Justin Fields a 2-year deal. Not even that much money, $20 million a year to start. And it's to see, can he be the guy? Ground ball, steps on second, beats the throw to first, so force out at second base. One down. You're given Justin Fields the year to see if he could be the guy moving forward. So if he's terrible this year, then the Jets will use their first round pick to grab a quarterback next year. And then Fields will start again the second year while the guy learns and take over the following year. If Justin Fields is good and shows that he could be the guy, then they will start drafting weapons for him at the wide receiver spot. And then keep reinforcing the defense. Probably a linebacker for sure, and a safety, I'd assume. No, there's no financial commitment, which is good. This scene says Triple H was mad at Nick Khan for bringing back R-Truth to WWE. Was that a Nick Khan move? I don't know. Never heard that. Ben Rice lifts one. That's going to be a base hit into center field. It gets past Taylor. It's going to get to the wall. Ben Rice is going to stop at second. The Yankees do score a run as Cody Bellinger crosses the plate. Wow. So the Yankees end up coming back from that early deficit. Had they not just, given up the 4 runs last inning and give 2 runs back in the 5th, they'd be winning. But, the Yankees just do Yankee things. The errors killed the Yankees. Errors, then he says, and the walks. Well, wow, look at that stat. Since June 13th, the Yankees are 6-15. The Mets are 6-14. Scoring 4 games or less for both teams. ERA is both over 4. Mets ERA is almost 6. Run differential, Mets are at -55. The Yankees are at -8. The Yankees are currently on a 5-game losing streak. The Mets are currently on a 3-game winning streak, about to be 4. Well, they've given up big home runs. I mean, the whole breakdown of that first inning was atrocious. Ratcliffe says, what do you think about the leaks? WWE is pissed with Cargill's horrible match versus Asuka, and then the crowd absolutely had zero interest in her on SmackDown. We knew her coming from AEW that she was a botch machine. She's not a good wrestler. She's a physical specimen. That's what it is. She's a big girl with a big muscular body. They're trying to make her the modern China. She was terrible in AEW as a wrestler. They tried to just hype her up to make her this unstoppable force. She's just not good in the ring. It is what it is. You can't hide it forever. They didn't have her on TV for a long time because they have her trying to work out in the ring to get better, but it's just not happening. Then they give her Queen of the Ring to legitimize her. She's never going to be a thing. And the fans are smart enough to where they're like, you're not, when WWE, when I've been saying this forever, when the WWE tries to shove somebody down your throat, like they did with John Cena and they did with Roman Reigns, and I tried to say it constantly, the fans are going to turn on them. You don't let these guys ever lose. They're not that good in the ring. John Cena's 5 moves of doom. The corniness with the crowd, and it's so fake. The fans turn on him. Roman Reigns, you won't let Roman Reigns lose. And after the Shield, and the fans booed him. You make him win the Royal Rumble. Again, fans boo him. They had The Rock come out. Fans don't care. They're booing him. Then you don't let him lose for like 3 years, or whatever the hell it was. It's like you're driving people away. They did it with Brock Lesnar. Wouldn't let Brock Lesnar lose. Fans started turning on Lesnar. It's like, all right, enough. You can't have this guy just beat everybody all the time. They should have turned John Cena heel 15 years ago. They should have turned Roman Reigns heel about 6-7 years ago. That's how you keep. That's how you, when you heel babyface. That's how you keep the fans like, you don't get stale. Trying to think who else is that. Charlotte Flair, same thing. People don't like Charlotte's personality, but you make her, they're ruining her where the fans hate her. They're not helping her character. Rackle says, word is they're considering doing Asuka versus Cargill at Evolution. Asuka beats her, taking a title match at SummerSlam. Cargill she's never going to be a thing in the WWE. She's just never going to, fans are really never going to like her. I've never edited, cared for female Tom McGee. Why does Brandon Phillips voluntarily sleep with her? I have no idea. I don't know who Tom McGee is. The fact she's been practicing for 7 years and she's been this terrible shows she doesn't care. No. Yankees signed Heimer Candelario. Isn't he an infielder? Fans hate. Oh. Tom McGee must be. I don't know who Tom McGee is. Fans hate Charles because he's Ric Flair's kid and was handed everything. Yeah, he calls Charlotte Flair Charles. Yankees at first and second as Jazz Chisholm walks with one down here in the 8th. Edwin Diaz getting loose. I guess that's if Dominguez hits a 3-run bomb here and makes it 11-9. I guess then they're going to have to start getting Edwin up. He was released from the Reds and he plays third base. Yeah, Yammer Candelario. I remember. There's a strike to Dominguez. Counts 1-1. 99 from Stanek. Man, this kid still throws hard, Stanek. Look up Tom McGee versus Bret Hart. You'd swear he's the greatest thing ever. I'm not looking it up. Get out of here. Tom McGee. The beat-up guy from the New Gen era. He was absolutely edited. Terrible. You got to explain that in, like, normal person talk, Ratcliffe. Come on. And when the hell is MJ going to teach me how to shoot in NBA 2K25? I feel like I'm going to get rid of the character I made. Dominguez strikes out swinging at a ball a foot out of the strike zone. I can't do the swing shot stick. I can't. I can't swear, so edited is a curse word. Well, what is edited? I'm trying to think what you put in there instead. Oh, just say like effin', like EFFIN or something like that, or FKN or whatever. Just say that instead of edited. Because now I'm thinking of like, wait, what? Next time he comes over, just give me a call, have him teach you. Listen, I went into my court and did it, and I was getting a lot of greens. But in the game, the camera like turns, and I'm trying to do it, and it's just not working. And I'm trying to get a build. The build, I've been looking on YouTube for these great builds, but whatever curse word fits best. Yeah, just say like effing or something like that. There he is. Tom is Jake Cargill.
Dude, Tom McGee literally had a match against Bret Hart, and Bret Hart made him look so great. Vince was literally going to make the guy world champion. I'm not kidding. Yes.
McGee. I never even heard of Tom McGee.
Come here a minute.
He sounds like a beat-up guy.
Trust me.
That's like saying the Brooklyn Brawler was going to be champion.
Look, when my dad tells you the story, you'll know it's actually true.
Yeah, I trust Papa Ratcliffe. I don't trust John Ratcliffe. I'll trust Papa Ratcliffe.
Hold on, I'll go to him. Hey.
I don't think Ratcliffe can get out of the chair.
Murdoch doesn't believe me that Tom McGee was going to be the future world champion because of how great Bret Hart.
I don't know who he
McGee,
is.
They liked his look and everything, but he couldn't work. He just look up Tom McGee versus Bret Hart. He looked great in that match because Hart made him look so good. And after that match, he wasn't a very good worker. Tom McGee was in the strongman competition, and he was in the super heavyweights, which the lowest weight was 275, and he was 275. He was kind of like, he was tall and lanky, but he was muscular. And they had all these plans for it, never worked out, and they got rid of him. Because I'm saying Jay Cargill's Tom McGee. I think it's Tom McGee. I think it's M-A-G-E. It is. It's not Mickey, it's Muggy. Yeah, because I said Jay Cargill's Tom McGee. Yeah, you should check it out, Murdoch. It's a great match. It looks like that was a great match. Fantastic match.
Johnny, send me the link. I'll catch it. Send me the link. I'll watch it.
Oh,
I never heard of Tom McGee. Well, actually, all right, to be fair. Who's doing good?
The Warrior came like 2 years later. Then the Warrior came 2 years later.
I skipped the new gen era. Like when I started seeing.
I see Jay Cargill is Tom McGee, except Oscar couldn't carry her to a good match.
She's been bad since she stepped in the ring. She's been bad every step of the way. Back to AEW, she was terrible.
She can't wrestle.
She can't. She's just a physical specimen.
She has a look is fantastic, but that's all she has. Yeah, that's why I said she's Tom McGee. Can't cut a promo, looks fantastic, can't work in the ring. You can have everything going for you, but if you can't work, fans are going to see right through your shtick.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. I mean, you know who else has been just gone by the complete wayside because they're not that good and they're not that entertaining? Bianca Belair. Great athlete, cannot lead a match. She can't lead.
I thought she was hurt.
Well, I don't care if she is, but she can't lead a match. Because the way it works in wrestling is usually your heel leads. She can't lead a match, so they can't turn her heel for that reason. I mean, do you trust her to actually do anything? She misses spots. Everybody always talks about how great that Bianca Belair and Sasha Banks WrestleMania match was. That match sucked. I'm not even sorry to say it. That match was terrible.
Yeah. You want to see a good match that you could find? Maybe it's AAA. You watch
okay, who is it?
Chelsea Green versus Penta.
I've seen it. It's good. She beat him, right?
Yeah. The fact that she was taking those bumps, like, it was great. Like, he beat her up like it was like a normal, like a dude. That was great.
That's the great thing about wrestling. If a woman is good at it, she can go with the guys and it's going to look good.
Yeah. Pulling off moves and stuff.
I have a friend named Evie De La Rosa. She's wrestled on the independent scene. She's really, really good. She and I have worked plenty of practice matches together. And it's like I was working with a dude. Newer spots, newer cues, solid. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous what I had to sell for a little 5'1" little Spanish girl. As she's punching me in the face, I had to sell it. But, you know, it is what it is. But
now, if she tried to suplex you, I'd have a problem with that.
Well, actually, her and it was me and what was the kid's name? He goes by Jay. He goes by Jay Youngkid. That's his name now. He was literally like 2 weeks in. His name's Jay Youngkid. He wrestles out of TOS in Connecticut.
Okay.
Instead of young boy, he's young kid. So that was his name. He was like 2 weeks in. So I had to do like the bulk of the work while he just went in and kind of got his ass kicked. And there was a spot where Evie and her partner's name was Dasha. They actually tried to suplex me. And it's like, And so I gave them both a double suplex.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Nah, but both of them were good workers. Like, that's the thing with wrestling. If women are good workers, I don't mind working with them.
Yeah, like, I mean, even when Rey Mysterio,
someone's a bad worker, I don't like working with them. They make it really hard, and they're going to hurt you.
Shockingly good play by Chisholm at third, for the first out here in the eighth. Even when Rey Mysterio was beating like Big Show and Kevin Nash,
that was ridiculous.
Which I think is terrible. You shouldn't let that happen. At least he wasn't pulling off. He was pulling off high flying moves and strikes. He wasn't. They weren't trying to make him like body slam them. Like you can't get stupid.
Like, honestly, that's why I never believed in Daniel Bryan, especially like Dude, come on. I'm in my late teens, early 20s here. I could crush Daniel Bryan with my hands tied behind my back, and you're telling me Big Show and Kane couldn't do it? It was like, give me a break.
Well, that's how I always felt. Like I always said, I don't want to see a WWE heavyweight champion that I'm not convinced can kick my ass.
Well, that's the my old wrestling teacher, my first wrestling teacher said that. He goes, the problem with wrestling nowadays is all these guys are small. He goes, when I was a kid, wrestlers were giant, bigger than life superstars, and you truly believed it, and you truly believed I can't touch these guys.
Right.
No, I already took care of that. I told you. Remember they made that mistake and they said they didn't have to pay my bill? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, I already took care of that. Thank you. Yep. But
I agree,
like,
100%.
I'm seeing Daniel Bryan hold the belt. I could walk up and beat the shit out of him without a problem too, and I know I can do it. Undertaker holding the belt, different story.
Yeah, right. I agree.
You want these, like, I understand Macho Man was what? Dad, you said Macho Man was what, 5'9", 5'10"? Dad, aggressive, like body type wise, you didn't want to pick a fight with him.
Lindor rips a double down the line.
So, Murdoch, let me ask you this then. What about someone like Shawn Michaels?
Well, he was.
Do you think it was believable because he had a move that could literally like knock you out cold by kicking you right in the face?
Yeah.
And that's what made it realistic?
At first, I was not a fan of like the Bret Harts and Shawn Michaels being the heavyweight champion. But then, like, Michaels was at least in great shape. I liked Bret Hart. I always did like Bret Hart, even when he was a bad guy. Even though when he was a heel in the Hart Foundation, I liked Bret.
Phenomenal work in the Hart Foundation.
Yeah, so I was okay with Bret ascending because I felt he earned it. Shawn Michaels at first, I was like, he's like intercontinental, but then I was like, all right, good-looking guy, no Diddy, great body, you know what I mean, like in good shape. I was okay with it because I understood, and I was like, all right.
Well, another thing that really helped him too was he was small, so we had Diesel as his bodyguard, and Diesel helped him cheat all the time.
Yeah, but I was okay with it, and even as younger guy, I knew that at some point Diesel was going to turn on him, and take the title. But you're right, though, like the Daniel Bryans, the Kofi Kingstons, those guys should never sniff the heavyweight title. They shouldn't. That's why, like, even the guys
Mark Henry's story about when he went one-on-one with Brock Lesnar for real.
What's that?
You ever hear Mark Henry's story when he went one-on-one with Brock Lesnar for real?
No.
So Mark Henry always prided himself on, like, I'm one of the hardest guys to take down. Like, Kurt Angle had a hard time with him. Big Show had a hard time with him. Kane had a hard time. Because, he's just so such a massive man. He's so strong.
Mm-hmm.
And Brock Lesnar came in, and Brock Lesnar was Kurt Angle in Brock Lesnar's body.
Right.
And he said Lesnar got within 7 feet, he immediately shot, picked Henry's ankle and dislocated his knee or hyperextended it. And Mark Henry goes, that's the day I realized just how dangerous this guy really is. Because Mark Henry goes, I've never felt that overpowered in my life. Mark Henry saying that. What does that tell you?
No, it's true. I mean, well, Soto hits a single off the wall.
When Lesnar was the champion, legitimate, before he even got to UFC and all that, that was a guy I'm like, I would never, ever, ever want to run into that guy in real life.
Yeah. Lesnar's like 6'3", 6'4", just stronger than a gorilla. Fast as hell.
He is a gorilla.
Yeah. So Juan Soto hits one off the wall for an RBI single. I don't know how the hell he doesn't get on second base.
Was he?
Was amazing.
Was he watching the ball?
Probably.
Oh, by the way, speaking of watching the ball, have you seen what Roman Anthony's been doing?
No, he's hitting like 220 though, right?
Over his last 15 games, he's batting 375. He's really starting to come into his own. He had another 2-hit game today. He was on base 3 times. Kid's really starting to come into his own. I can see why he's the number 1 prospect.
Well, you're hopeful, so.
I mean, the Red Sox have like 4 legitimate guys who could have, or 3 guys who have a legit chance to win Rookie of the Year this year. I don't see anybody in the AL taking it away from Anthony at this rate. Kid's just doing way too well.
Come on, man. He missed most of the year.
No, he didn't.
How long has Roman Anthony been on the roster?
Since the beginning of June.
Okay. Well,
there was never really a spot for him, and then a couple key injuries, and bang, there you go. Red Sox got all their kids up, and it's going pretty well for him. And Devers is like doing nothing in San Francisco, and the Red Sox are hitting, and they're pitching. It's like Devers was kind of like the problem.
he wasn't the problem. Come on, man. You're just saying that because he's
No,
not
dude. Devers, I never liked Devers being a crybaby. I always said that to people. I'm like, this guy's a crybaby. He's not a leader. That was his biggest flaw.
Oh, he's not a leader, that's for sure.
And also, we're getting Bregman back soon, too. So we're probably going to have.
Right.
Actually, who the hell is going to go down when the Red Sox do get Bregman back?
So Roman Anthony's only played 23 games, and he's hitting 231.
Yeah, he came up at the start of June, though.
Okay, so he
got that rough start. Like I said, over like his last 10 to 15 games, though, he's been batting like over 370.
You're telling me this guy's going to be Rookie of the Year, and he has 78 at bats on the season, and he's hitting 231 with 1 homer and 12 how many RBIs? 8.
With the way he's going, though, Murdoch, dude, the guy's on fire. He comes up to the plate.
All right, and he's still hitting 231. I'm just
actually
come
he's
on.
at the plate right now. It's like, oh, here comes another 2-hit performance. He's that locked in. This kid's eye is incredible.
John, you're a Red Sox homer, and that's it.
Murdoch, dude, you're not watching him, man. You're not.
I know I'm not watching him. I'm going by the numbers. I'm going by numbers. What I'm telling you is,
dude, you got to watch him. I'm telling you, it's different watching him play versus looking at his numbers. No, I'm a big believer in numbers myself, but he had such a horrible, horrible start. He was literally like, I want to say 1 for 15 when he first came up.
if you're telling me this kid's future is bright, I can understand that. But if you're sitting there telling me this kid's going to be Rookie of the Year with nothing to,
dude, I'm telling you, he's going to get it. Because I just don't see him stopping. He's hitting, man. He's hitting good. Roman Anthony.
So bad.
That's what I'm trying to tell Murdoch.
He started off like 1 for 21.
Murdoch, see everything.
Started off like 1 for 21, and now his last 12 games or 10 games. I don't know how many games it is, but his average is well over 300. He's on base like well over 4. But again, he started so bad. It was awful first game off.
Hey, man, Murdoch, exact words out of your mouth. I trust Papa Ratcliffe more than I trust John Ratcliffe.
That's true. I do trust Papa Ratcliffe more than John Ratcliffe. That's true. But that doesn't mean I have to trust everything Papa Ratcliffe says.
Well, dude, come on. You talk baseball with my dad. You know he's a no bullshit kind of guy who's a straight shooter.
Yeah, but not everybody's right. I'm not right all the time either.
Well, no, you're not. But what I'm saying is you got to look at Marcelo. Marcelo. You got to look at Roman Anthony's numbers with a grain of salt because he was so bad to start, but it was that little adjustment period like a lot of rookies need, and bang. I agree,
Just
but
saying,
right
you're really premature.
Taking all the AL Rookie of the Year.
The league will adjust against him. He'll go into a slump for a while. They just have to readjust it.
I agree, but at the rate he's going, I can definitely see him taking home the Rookie of the Year.
Season, but he can definitely get in the top 5.
I think it's very premature for a guy with 78 at bats to say he's Rookie of the Year when he's in 231. That's crazy.
We'll see.
It is. Come on.
Like I said, if he keeps doing what he's doing, I mean, if you go back, like my dad said, like anywhere from his last 10 to 15 games, 2 hits, on base with walks, not striking out as much. It's like that's what you want to see. It's definitely a step in the right direction. Red Sox are going up. Yankees are going down. Toronto needs to just die. And Baltimore can stay doing what they're doing. And I'm just guessing they're never going to run out of voodoo magic in Tampa Bay.
That's probably true. Yassine asks, what is your opinion on the MLB players pimping home runs, thinking it's a home run, but it's a ball off the top of the wall? I think it's hysterical. DJ LeMahieu with another base hit.
Whoa,
I think
it's
it's
number one
hysterical.
seed. Damn. Does my team get the number one seed or does Boston get the number one seed? I just finished my fourth season with my pitcher. Red Sox finished 110 and 52, and we finished 110 and 52. Who gets the number one seed? Yeah.
Yankee prospect Cam Schlittler.
Cam?
I'm not trying to be funny. Schlittler. Does you know about him?
Yeah,
How do you
he's
feel about
starting
him?
against the Mariners.
He looks pretty good.
He's been tearing it up at AAA. He's starting against the Mariners.
Yeah. I looked at his numbers. He looks like he's pretty good.
Yeah, he does. And Clark Schmidt's out with Tommy John.
Right, Schmidt. Right.
Yeah, but honestly, he's a fifth starter at best.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Yeah. He has a high K rate. You know, the high 11 point. I looked up the Baseball Reference. He has like an 11.3 K rate, which I know it's AAA. I get it, but AA. He looks like that guy could be something.
Yeah, he can. I'm excited for the kid. I'm glad he's getting a shot. I mean, I'd rather see him than Stroman, on the mound.
Yeah. Right. Well, at this point,
you guys
got to give these kids a chance, right?
What do you say?
What?
You got to give the kids a chance, especially when you're struggling.
Yeah.
See what you got. Because this kid might come out, be lights out, and then guess what? He's not going to be a part of a trade package at the deadline. I want to see what these kids got.
Speaking of the deadline, what do you think the Yanks are going to do?
I think we need a catcher, we need a third baseman and a second baseman and relief help. I think we can get by with the starters.
Didn't you guys just lose what's his face for the year?
Who?
Clark Schmidt.
Yeah, I just said that. Tommy John.
Yeah, so you don't think
I didn't see
you guys need another pitcher at all?
Well, no, we're bringing up Schlittler. So we'll see what he's got. Aaron Judge up, swings at a high fastball, 98 miles an hour.
How the hell is this team allowed to make the playoffs at 80 and 82? The show.
You playing baseball? The show. Judge takes a 98
I just finished with my I just finished with my A's pitcher in my fourth year. We won the tiebreaker over the Red Sox for the number one seed in the playoffs. I'm looking at everybody who made it. The Diamondbacks won their division at 80 and 82.
Okay. So here's the 1-2 pitch to Judge.
Could you ever imagine a team that bad making the playoffs?
80 and 82?
Has there ever been a team in the MLB to make the playoffs with a losing?
It sounds like it might have been.
Has there ever been a team to make the playoffs with a losing record in baseball?
Yeah, possibly in the NL West or NL Central. No, but I don't think so. Judge with a hard smash, gloved, and thrown out. Great scoop. Great dive and catch by the third baseman. I think that was Brett Beatty. Great scoop by Alonso at first to end the game. Yankees go down to the Mets for the second time in a row, 12-6. Yankees dropped to 48 and 41. Mets improved to 52 and 38. The Yankees are just bad. So
you guys are doing great, Murdoch. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, I know. I was saying facetiously
it
before.
All started with the Red Sox.
The Yankees were like playing on borrowed time, man. Like the whole year. I was sarcastically saying earlier, like I wouldn't mind a 15-game losing streak, as long as it ensures that Cashman and Boone are both fired. Like I'm saying that angrily. Because do I love baseball. Yeah. Me too. Me too. But not when we're watching our team like this. Your team is doing better. The Brewers and the Astros had a losing record. 29-31 made to the
Like I
playoffs in
asked you, though,
2020.
how would you feel if your team actually only won 60 games in a year?
What? A playoff team wins 60 games?
We're talking real seasons here, not that pathetic bubble ring.
Yeah, that 2020 COVID year doesn't count. Jams 3.
No.
Jam 3s, 20,066. Not a big fan. Who should I get into, though? Well, I'm a Yankees fan. Where do you live, Jams? What's that?
Wow. The worst team to ever make the playoffs was the 05 Padres at 82-80.
That's what I thought. 82-80 was probably the lowest.
The Padres in 05. That's at least it's above 500, but damn.
Yeah, by 2 games. Yeah. Padres made it to the playoffs with a record 2005. Oh, London. So I guess you got your pick of the litter. Can't go wrong with the Yankees, but they're not very good this year. Historically,
Take the Red Sox. Take the Red Sox. They're a young, upcoming team, and they got a lot going for them. A loaded farm system to make trades to get good key players, good young players developing right now.
Listen, he's from London. You can't root for Boston because they'll never forget the Boston Tea Party.
Pitching core that could definitely add. It's going up.
Don't forget the Boston Tea Party, London Jams.
Well,
is that James?
Our whole country just celebrated. Our whole country just celebrated liberation from that place. So
but the Boston Tea Party kicked it off. So England will never forgive you. So no Boston Red
Tea Party even sadder to think about.
Boston Red Sox, even though they're good here and there, their fans are terrible. Their fans are just shit people.
Right there, buddy.
See?
Right there.
See? Look, he's giving me the middle finger. See, that's
that was the index finger.
Yeah,
right there, buddy.
Yeah. Okay. This guy.
Murdoch is saying we're terrible people because we're Red Sox fans. Well, Murdoch says we're terrible people because we're Red Sox fans.
Except for Papa Ratcliffe. He's a cool guy. Papa Ratcliffe's fine. But the rest of you, no way. Terrible people. They throw pizza and beer at women at games.
Says the guy who's too afraid to go.
I'm not afraid. I just don't want to be arrested. I don't want to be arrested in Kenwood. That's it. Not afraid of it.
You're missing out. You're missing out, man.
Missing out on what?
One of the greatest ballparks ever.
Old, broken down Fenway.
Yeah.
Going there for what? Nostalgia. The scene says the Astros defeated the Dodgers yesterday, 18-1. Yeah. Oh yeah. So for James, the Dodgers, they're not a good team to root for. They cheat.
They buy.
Are you dancing, Mets?
We won.
Well, if you're happy, I'm happy for you. Like, at least it's good to see you in a good mood.
Hey, Mets.
It's still bittersweet that Philly beat Cincy today, though. But still keeping pace, I'm okay with that. Still keeping pace, I'm okay with that.
Listen, the Yankees are have all the history. The Yankees are the class team, the Class A team. They're not good this year. They're not, and they're still like close, but they're not that good.
Well, you
pick the
did
Mets.
say that Toronto's now won 7 in a row, right?
Toronto's a fluke.
Toronto's a fluke. Yeah, we're massive.
Dude, they have a bunch of journeyman pitchers and they have a so-so lineup. They're not going to keep doing what they're doing.
Right now, I'm watching Houston against LA. 2 teams we all hate.
The Yankees are the safest bet to like longevity. Always, the Yankees haven't had a losing season since like 1992.
Yeah, I was
actually the last losing season.
Yes, the Yankees have made the playoffs 87% of the time in like the last 35 years.
And the only times they failed, 1993, 2008, 2013, 2014, and 2023.
Yeah. So the
For what?
Yankees were good every year. Boston
For what?
is good for a couple years, then they're terrible. The Mets good for a couple years, then they're terrible. It's the Yankees
The
are
Red Sox had the most World
consistently a
Series
very
this
good team.
century, and it's not even close.
This year they're mediocre at best. They're mediocre right now, unless they make some
And
trade.
usually in the NL East division especially, Atlanta's usually the top dog team, and they're falling off a cliff, mostly due to the injuries the last couple of years. Philadelphia's
dead in
been
the water.
consistently good. I mean, Philly has been consistently good, though not good enough to get through the playoffs. I mean, it's only a matter of time before the Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber contracts really become albatrosses.
About another 2 or 3 years for those. However, in
They're
that amount of time, they have the roster to they finally get the job done if they stop choking in the postseason. But Bryce Harper's not a winner, so maybe, who knows?
Bryce Harper's not what?
Bryce Harper's not a winner.
Well, we know Schwarber's a winner, at least, from his time in Chicago, right?
Well, dude, what Schwarber did in that World Series was insane. The guy's out the entire year, then comes back like, the final game of the CS, and then he goes off in the World Series. Like, that was crazy.
True. And yet, who's the hero of that series for the Cubs? Chris Bryant, because he makes the winning play that ends the curse.
Realistically, it was John Lester, because John Lester just did what he does in the postseason.
And Betts just blasted one to left center, 1-0 Dodgers.
Did you hear the Dodgers commentator crying that the Astros were cheating again yesterday?
No.
Literally,
The
he
Yankees
literally started crying and said, "Oh, the Dodgers they must be cheating again. They're sign stealing again." That's rich coming from the Dodgers.
How do they cheat?
They don't cheat. They just buy everybody and don't pay them.
Oh.
They're bitching and complaining about ethics. It's like wrong organization. Read the room, dude.
Hot heat metal Dodgers. I mean, the only reason this game is being nationally televised across the East Coast between Houston and LA is because of Ohtani being on the mound.
Well, in all sports, it's a business, right?
I
They
know.
want to make money. They want the ratings. So, yeah. Ohtani's a draw. The Dodgers are a draw. Yeah. Dodgers living rent-free up in here.
I'm just saying, up until this last string of 10 years or so, they've been basically an afterthought outside of their their runs in the 80s.
The Dodgers are still an afterthought for the most part. They've been pretty damn pathetic in this last, how long have they been realistically going at it, trying to buy a ring? 10 plus years now, realistically? Where they've really gone all in and just... Seriously, they've been, pretty much failures. They don't really have much to hang their hat on. Congratulations, you bought so much talent, you inevitably had to win, and their farm system is so overrated, they can't develop players, but yet their farm system's rated 4th or 5th, and they just keep getting rid of everybody, and they all suck. They'll suck when they go to other teams. It's
Addison,
ridiculous.
we talk about all teams on this show. All teams. All sports, all teams.
I've only brought up the Mets once or twice, right?
That's okay. No, he says it's a Yankees show, Yankees channel, but he's heard the Dodgers 12 times in 2 minutes.
Oh. Well,
I mean, if Mets was here earlier, we probably would still be talking about wrestling.
I was busy with my own stream, dude.
Yeah. How'd it go?
Good.
That's not what I'm saying.
Happy. It was a good day to be a Met fan.
It's been a good weekend to be a Met fan. Heck, it's been a good week to be a Met fan again. We've now won 4 in a row, 6 of our last 10, and 6 of our last 10.
Yeah, it's good for you guys. We're on the opposite end of that, so it's been a rough month for us. The Yankees are in free fall. Like I said, I mean, Addy, I don't know if you were here for this, but I said jokingly, I mean, I hope the Yankees lose so much that it forces them to fire Boone and Cashman. I wonder how many losses, how bad does the team have to become this year for them to finally get rid of it?
about as bad as they were at that point in 2023 when both they and the Mets were in the basement.
Oh, is that Family Guy? Peter?
Yeah, it's Lois. When she
Peter.
No, Matt, like this.
The three of us, I think Caputo is the most accurate to Peter in terms of his body frame.
Oh, Ratcliffe?
Yeah, right.
What did I
Do
do?
you think this is Peter Griffin? Yeah, do the hair.
He shaves his head, puts on glasses.
No.
Or at least shaves
You're not going to do the hair again? Oh, that's great.
Yeah, like I was saying about the Dodgers, though.
Can you talk
for
like
the most
you
part,
just do
they have been unmitigated failures. One bought World Series title, a Mickey Mouse ring no one respects. Congratulations, Dodgers. You're pathetic. Get the hell out of our face. Come back when you can actually build a team.
It doesn't matter how they got him. They're the best team in baseball. You just got to. Right now, they are. And
nah. Right now, I'm still going with the best team in baseball, being the freaking Tampa Bay Devil Rays. I'm sorry. If the Dodgers could do what the Rays could do, the Dodgers would never lose. Would never lose again. And you know I'm right. Because it doesn't matter what Tampa Bay does. Their prospects always work out. Their pitching always works out. They can find some bum off the street and say, here, hold a baseball. The guy will be a Cy Young candidate in 2 years.
Do you know how they lost today?
Split the season too. Yeah. That'd be good. Yeah, if we win tomorrow, this is 3-3.
No, how'd they lose?
Walk-off bunt single by Brooks Lee.
That sounds like a real Tampa Bay way to lose.
Ratcliffe, does the 2020 Lakers title count?
No.
That thing counts as much as the freaking Dodgers does. And remember, they won it for Kobe. It was the biggest bunch of bullshit I've ever seen.
Yeah. Biggest title I've ever seen.
My bad,
Addison
man.
wants to know. No, he wants to. Addison wants to see your Halloween pictures.
Go ahead.
Okay, which one?
You can use my Karen. You can use my white trash drag queen. Did I ever send you my Jasons?
Hold on. I don't know why I can't. Oh, I don't know why I can't see this.
What's
because
that?
They're too miraculous. Yeah, Mets, did you see my Halloween pictures? Hey, Mets, you want to know the cool part? I got laid looking like that. MJ's white privilege. Chippendale.
You work better as the Penguin.
Murdoch, I'm not short, or Mets. I'm not short, and I have muscle in that picture. I don't exactly look like the freaking Penguin.
Torkelson jumps out of first pitch. Third pitch, and it's gone. Tigers up 1-0.
But yeah, Mets, that thing with me, that's called a woman.
Ratcliffe and Drake.
It's funny.
Peter says, we're making a playoff still, right? I don't know, man. I don't know, Pete. I don't know. Knob says no, Peter. What's up, Nobby? It says no, Peter. No, we're not. The Yankees have won. They have achieved peak ticket sales, and they'll be good for the next 10 years. Yeah. The Yankees always have their fans and ratings. That's always going to be a constant. Even when they were bad, they did.
I'm surprised you guys give people a show with how expensive your tickets are.
Yeah. Well, the Jets have losing seasons and keep raising ticket prices. So they don't care.
Holy
I'm trying to
shit.
tell people.
I'm on the verge of a 12-pitch immaculate inning.
Oh, jeez.
I've never done that before.
12 pitches is not an immaculate inning.
Actually, it's a real thing you can accomplish, but it's very hard to do.
What
because
if you
have to drop the damn ball?
Drop the ball, right? Okay.
Yeah, so I'm literally through 2 innings with 7 Ks. And yeah, it was an immaculate inning.
Yassine wants to know, Ratcliffe, do you ever paint your face paint as the Joker?
I don't paint my face. It's stupid.
Oh, he'll put makeup on, lipstick and blush.
Yeah, I did that for Halloween, but
he
no,
won't
I
put
don't like painting my face.
But then you put makeup on.
I did it for Halloween. There's a difference.
Right, that's what he means. Like, would you ever be the Joker?
No.
Damn.
I don't like the Joker. I'm not
You
a
don't
fan
like-
of comic books. I think comic movies are terrible.
You don't like the Avengers?
No, because I used to be in the comics when I was a kid. No, I think the Avengers is terrible. I used to be in the comics when I was a kid, and now everybody's a freaking professed comic nerd, so it's like, okay, I'm out.
Guys, we got
Because
more.
I don't like pop culture. I like counterculture.
What'd you say, Mets?
We got more updates on that Street Fighter live action film coming out. The cast is another bit of the cast.
Kitty Cody
has been
Rhodes is
rumored.
in. Yeah, Cody
Yeah,
Rhodes
it's
is
a
in,
Cody-
so is
more
Roman
than that
Reigns.
now.
It's a Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns as Akuma.
I know, but there's some more that's been added recently.
Okay, sure.
Let me guess, Jay Cargill.
Kaliana Liang is. You ever heard of Kaliana Liang as Kalina Liang as Chun-Li?
Nope.
Who?
Noah Centineo for Ken.
What?
Okay, I think I know who he is. That's weird. For Ken?
Yeah. Andrew Koji as Ryu.
Okay.
Ryu and who?
It's pronounced Ryu if you.
It's Ryu.
No, it's actually pronounced Ryu in both dubs. It's a mistranslation. Anyway, Jason Momoa as Blanca.
That I'll be anything.
And 50 Cent as Balrog? Wow.
Wait.
Yeah, I heard
Not
about
yelling
50
this just
Cent.
because.
I heard about 50 Cent as Balrog. That's funny.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's a weird casting, but
I mean, I don't mind Momoa as Blanca. I think he fit perfectly with that. What do you?
I just want Street Fighter to fail. The game series is overrated. The movie's going to be terrible. And I was always into Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Street Fighter was good, but play it too safe.
That's what made Mortal Kombat better.
Once you get the SNES port of the original game.
Did any of you guys see Jurassic Park yet?
No.
No, and I won't.
It was good. I liked it.
Be right back.
Murdog, let's put it this way. It's a Jurassic Park movie in name, and it's actually like an adventure story, and it was good.
Yeah, I'm just tired. I'm
liked it.
tired of it. I'm just tired of the same dinosaurs. It's just enough.
Not the same dinosaurs.
All right, I saw the one that looks like a cross between a T-Rex and an alien.
The T-Rex.
So,
That was their first attempt at. They explained it. That was their first attempt at.
They're trying to
genetic hybrid.
Right, genetic hybrid. Yeah, I'm just tired of all Jurassic Parks. They just don't stop making movies, the same stuff. Like, okay,
they
enough.
pump them out for 100 million, then they go on to make $1 billion. I get it.
Yeah,
You're not wrong.
I don't care anymore. Like, I'm not watching them. Maybe one day when it's on television for free, you know, like one of these streaming apps I have, then maybe I'll watch it then. But I will
I
not.
watched Jurassic
I
Park.
don't go to the
before,
movies
and
anymore.
that
I
was
went to the
so I watched
movies
it.
a month ago to see Mission Impossible, right? Because Pops likes
I heard
them.
that was pretty good.
It is. Like, those are good movies, right? The action, Top Gun, and Mission Impossible, the last ones that's on the movie. I got popcorn and a soda and pizza, like a deal. You know how much it cost me at the movie theater?
Oh, I'm going to say it was
Popcorn, a
25
bucket of
bucks.
popcorn, soda, and a small pizza.
Probably
Terrible,
25
terrible
bucks.
frozen pizza. How much you think it cost?
25.
Over 40, like almost $48 or 40 something dollars.
Damn.
That's not even the price of the ticket. So
that wasn't factoring in the ticket.
Huh?
Ugh. I wasn't even factoring in the ticket.
No, just for the condiments, just for the concessions. Pizza, soda, a small tiny ass pizza, a soda, a bucket of popcorn and soda. For
That's
was it
ridiculous.
$40? Yeah. And then the tickets are like 20 something dollars each.
That's nuts.
2 people, you're gonna pay $100 and then drive there. $100, 2 people go to the movies.
That's awful.
Yeah, so I don't partake anymore. I'd rather watch a movie in my underwear, scratching my ass. And,
You're not wrong.
Pause the movie if I need to go to the bathroom. Pause the movie, or rewind it if I wanted to see something again. I'm not doing that.
Well, I mean,
They
I
totally
didn't pay to
killed the
watch
movie
Jurassic
experience.
Park, so there's that. I didn't pay to watch it. I just streamed it.
Yeah, oh yeah, well that's fine. If you could watch it that way, fine. But I'm not paying to go to the movie theaters anymore.
Nah, I haven't been to a movie theater. The last time I was in a movie theater, I took my nephew to see Dominion. That was like 6 years ago.
Yeah, but you're taking kids for the kids. That's one thing. But for myself, I mean, maybe I'd go see John Wick. Maybe. Something like that. Interesting. Or the Avengers type thing. Like, I like the superhero movies, but not what they're doing now. Like, I'm not going to see Superman, and Superman's my favorite.
I can't stand Superman. I've always hated him.
I don't like
I've
the new
always thought
Superman.
superheroes that you can't beat. There's no point.
I don't. They got rid of Henry Cavill. I'm not watching Superman again. Why? Especially why Peter Gunn or James Gunn. James Gunn is the director. I'm not watching it.
I don't know who
I'll watch
James
it.
Gunn
I'll
is.
watch
All I
it
know
for
is
free
his
when it
name.
comes out on like HBO Max. That's it. I'm not going to support it financially.
I don't know who James Gunn is, so
He directed Guardians of the Galaxy, and now
all I
they
know is
brought
people complaining about him like being a director.
Yeah, well, he's Guardians of the Galaxy, and now he's basically.
He also did the Suicide Squad, second one.
Right. Okay. So, but he's like, no, thank you. You got rid of Henry Cavill for no reason.
Like,
you do a couple of movies.
You know the last
get to where
comic book movie I watched?
You got the Justice League, and you finally get there to where you're going to fight Darkseid, and now you're resetting. You're resetting the universe back to the beginning. No, thank you. Like, I hate when they do this. I can't stand it. I'm not watching the Fantastic Four.
I understand why they did that because it was such a disaster.
It wasn't a disaster.
It was such a disaster. It made no sense. They should have just rebooted it.
Well, I wasn't a fan of it. I'd rather have kept going.
Heck, I would have, if you were going to keep it going, I would have just done a Justice League Dark movie and give me Matt Ryan as John effing Constantine.
Give you who?
Matt Ryan is John Constantine.
You mean, was he the one who was like on the TV, John Constantine?
Yes.
Wasn't that a Keanu Reeves movie?
Yeah.
The original was just called Constantine, but Keanu just does not fit the character of the smarmy-ass bisexual Hellblazer.
Come again?
He probably did.
His character
weird.
is legitimately bisexual. I looked it up.
What the? Why does that have to be included in everything nowadays?
Yeah, I don't know.
Seriously, it's the first trait these people come up with is how much that these male characters want to suck nowadays.
It was part of the character when he was first introduced in the 90s. This predates what's been going on these days.
Regardless, people are so sick of that crap.
Actually, it's even
no wonder it's not going to sell.
He even rode the shark.
That's why I said I'm so glad I've never even seen the Avengers. I've never seen any of them. You can sit here and
Well, you're
talk
missing
until you're
out.
blue in the face. I
Good
have no idea what
story.
you're talking about.
And before anyone
if
asks
you-
what the hell it is I'm drinking, it's a
No.
dragon and passion fruit smoothie from Tropical Smoothie Cafe.
You guys remember Bobby Jenks?
You know the last he died.
What was that? What was
Bobby
that?
Jenks
Radcliffe?
died.
The White Sox
Bobby
closer
Jenks,
from
former
05.
White Sox pitcher, 44 years old, died of stomach cancer.
Yeah, he was a White Sox. He was a Red Sox pitcher too, but he got hurt and never played for us in 07.
Wow, crazy, man. 44 years old, former pitcher, died.
It's crazy.
Well, it's legendary composer today at 78.
Who died?
Some composer who died today at 78. I'll double check.
It's okay.
What's that guy's name? And they're playing eye to eye again on the organ at Dodger Stadium.
Hey Murdoch, if you had to choose, what's your favorite comic
Oh,
book
Mark
movie?
Snow is dead.
Never
You know,
heard
the
of
guy who composed the X-Files TV show theme?
I wouldn't know that offhand, though. What'd you say, Radcliffe?
What is your favorite comic book movie if you had to choose?
Avengers. Comic
Dark
book
Which
movie.
one? There's like 6 of them.
No, well, no, it's Avengers. What was it called? Infinity War. If you watch all the Avengers leading up to it, it's actually not bad. Like if you watch the Iron Man
I thought
movies and the
Infinity War
Captain
was like
America.
the 4th Avengers movie.
No. Well, you know, they have they have like Age of Ultron, the Avengers, Age of Ultron. Do you have Disney? Do you have Disney Plus?
My
No.
goal is to burn Disney to the ground. Of course I don't.
Okay.
Neither do
Go back.
I. I've got Paramount Plus.
All right. If you have a way to watch the timeline of Marvel's whatever, you'd actually enjoy it. And then, you know, all the cutscenes at the
I
end of the
highly
movie
doubt it.
they'll introduce the next thing. But
The last
once
Marvel movie I
they
watched-
all get together, like Justice League, they all got together finally. Once you get to the Avengers, it gets better and new characters come in. But
The last
the
Marvel movie I
Infinity-
watched, and this is not a joke, I saw Iron Man in theaters.
okay,
That's the last that is the last Marvel
if I
movie
were
I
you,
watched.
especially while you're laid up, I would watch Infinity War and then
Endgame.
Endgame for sure.
Well, I'm busy watching The Blacklist and rewatching Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds for like the 7th time. So
Okay. Well, if you're gonna watch the comic book movies, Infinity War and then Endgame. Endgame was probably one of my favorites, but they all are. But the two movies back to back were great. I suggest you watch those two, if nothing else.
man, can I
Mets,
please
where'd you
give me
go?
some run support?
Where
Dude,
the hell
I
did
have a
Mets go?
freaking no-hitter going through 9, and we're still tied 0-0 in game 1 of the DS. And this is on all-star difficulty with 90 pitches to end the inning.
All right. I don't know where
Probably
Mets.
freaking pulling me. We're going to lose the game.
All right, I'm wrapping this up. Radcliffe, you have any closing arguments?
Your Yankees are terrible. The Red Sox broke them. Red Sox coming up. Toronto sucks. Baltimore needs to just sell their team and go away forever. And Tampa Bay stole the Cardinals' amount of voodoo magic.
Okay. All right, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Welcome to the new guys who've came to hung out in the stream. Our European buddies. Let's see. Peter, Nob, Addison, Yassine, Uncle DJ, James, Yassine. I said Yassine. Radcliffe, Metz, Nekis. Who else was in the house? DB. Can't go all the way to the beginning. Crispy. Super hot girlfriend Beely. She wanted a crown.
Yeah, look, I'm emo.
What?
I'm emo.
You are. Billy wanted the crown. Somehow you can get crowns now. My buddy
Can't you put that
Ducati,
in as like an emoji or something?
Landon Holder. What'd you say?
Can't you put a crown in as like an emoji or something?
I don't know. No, I think no. It's like just next to someone's name when they write a chat. I don't know.
Hey,
Nate came
I'll
in
find that Tom McGee versus
after
Bret
the
Hart
Grand
match. I'll post it
Slam.
on Discord for you.
What'd you say?
I'll find that Tom McGee versus Bret Hart match and I'll post it on Discord
Okay.
for you.
Ducati was in the house. Hell yeah.
All right, man. I'm out.
Guys, Mets closing arguments.
Nope, I'm busy.
That's your closing argument that you're busy?
I mean, for the Yankees, they got to find some way to wake the F up. The Mets, they're starting to turn it around. And with the news that Senga and Minaya will be back by as soon as the series against Kansas City, and as late as the end of the All-Star break, I think the Mets are in a good spot.
Conversely, the Yankees are not in a good spot. Things need to change. They're not a very good team. Caputo, I'm wrapping it up. What's up?
Yeah, I got nothing to say. All I was saying is see you next year. The season's over. That's it. Yeah, pack it in. It's over.
Anthony Volpe just committed the worst play of the season.
Yeah,
In the game?
Yankees are
How did
going
he
to.
hit Aaron Judge in the face?
Oh, running off the field today. They threw the ball to Judge. He wasn't looking. Coming off the field.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I don't know.
I
If
thought
you're
it was
a
an
Yankee,
actual play because people are blowing this up right now on Instagram.
you know how, like, when you come off the field, they throw the ball
Yeah,
like
yeah.
to
I thought it
catch
was like
it?
an actual play. I wanted to know if
No.
you knew anything about it.
Yeah. It was like
Dawson
after
Wells
the
going to concussion protocol and not play tomorrow after what happened.
there's no way to defend this team anymore. If you still defend the Yankees and you have Asperger's syndrome, that's what I have to say.
I mean, I said like a couple times today, sarcastically, I'm rooting for like a 15-game losing streak. Whatever it takes to fire Cashman and Boone. Whatever it takes.
106.
I don't even know if that's going to do it. They have to miss.
Spoiled, you don't
That's
know
the
how
funny
good you
thing,
got
right?
it.
That might not even do it, Mike.
They have to
That
miss.
might not even do it.
They have to miss it multiple years in the row for them to get rid of these assholes.
Yeah, it's
It's the team though. The whole team has got to go. The whole roster is a losing roster. I don't know how you win. Forget about buying it at the deadline. They have to be sellers. None of those moves are going to fix this team. Kyle Tucker's, Freddie Peralta's, Sandy Alcantara's, Brendan Donovan's will not do anything for this team. It's not going to change anything.
if you get a Brandon Donovan and a Kyle Tucker, you can help.
I don't even believe in that anymore. I think the best route to go is sell the deadline. They're not going to do anything.
Kyle Tucker going to want to leave the Cubs with how good of a year he's had and how good of a year the team is having.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I'm just saying, if they were options, I still don't think it would change the Yankee season around because there's too many problems on this team. They have too many holes. The whole roster is damaged. They're a poorly constructed team. They have a horrible manager, horrible general manager, horrible owner. There's no way you're going to fix that in 3 weeks. This has been going on for 16 years. How are you going to change that in 2 weeks? They should have fixed this 16 years ago. How do you leave out third base, left field, second base, shortstop for 16 years, though? I don't understand that. Even Don LaGreca said it. He even made sense. Like, how do you leave that out, though, for 16 years? There's something wrong. There's something shady going on.
Catchers can't block balls. They don't drop down and smother the ball. They try to backhand stuff. They let runners advance. They can't throw anybody out stealing. Chisholm made another bonehead error. Volpe got saved by Bellinger at first base from another error.
Yeah, they also need a shortstop. Volpe's got to go. Volpe's done.
There was to lead off the game. I think it was leading off the game. There was a base hit to left center, and I think it was Dominguez stopped running for it, bounced next to him, and the guy got a hustle double.
And then today, basically the same thing with Grisham in the leadoff double.
Yeah,
this is a spitting image of 2 years ago when they missed the playoffs. Do you remember that year when they missed the playoffs in 23? This is the same exact story. They're not making the. I wouldn't be surprised right now at this point in time if the Yankees finish in last place. That's how bad they are. They're as bad as the White Sox. That's how bad it's gotten. They're a laughing stock.
I don't think the Orioles are going to
They're
catch
as
them.
bad as the Rockies.
Well, they could finish in third or fourth. That's very possible.
They could easily finish third. Easily. I don't know about the Red Sox. Ratcliffe thinks the Red Sox are on the come up, but I don't know about
And also, not only are the Yankees the laughing stock of baseball, they're the laughing stock of sports. Everybody in the sports world thinks this team is a joke. Nobody fears the Yankees anymore. That's gone since George Steinbrenner died. So that's over. They died. He died with the Yankees. When he died, it was over.
At least teams are starting to fear the Knicks again to some levels.
Why? Because of the bench players they got. I'm not impressed with those moves.
No, I mean, they're at least showing some levels of consistency and being good again.
The Knicks. Well, yeah, because they made teams kind of songs, but I don't know about that coach. I'm not hearing good things about Brown.
He's a retread. That look, they wanted to get a couple of different guys. They got denied permission, so they had to get somebody in there. The season they're going to ramp up training camp in a couple months. You gotta have somebody.
Well, they got the bench pieces and the defensive players that they needed, right? Everyone's saying, "Oh, those were really good pickups." I don't know anything about the bench
more offensive than they are defensive pickups.
Well, you got a good thing. So now Miles Turner's off the Pacers. Halliburton has a torn Achilles in the finals, so he's out probably the whole year.
And you forgot
Jason Tatum.
Yeah, and you forgot Tatum. He's going to be out for most of the season next year, right?
So you got to worry about Cleveland, if anybody.
So their chance of going to the finals look very hard. But this is the Knicks, though. The Knicks never. I mean, they're cursed. They never have the right players either. They don't put together a championship team.
Well, we'll see. If they have as good as a shot as they ever did next season.
What about the whole? I thought they were going to get another big star player. What happened to Giannis? The Giannis rumors.
It was just being kicked around.
Money for it.
And I heard Booker on the Suns. There was rumors that
Booker would be great. But you'd have to trade Anunoby or Mikal Bridges
or Josh Hart.
Fine, if you give me Devin Booker, buy Bridges.
The only thing about Devin Booker is he can't play defense. So you get another player that can't play defense.
You got a guy who can light it up. Him and Brunson lighting it up with Cat. That'd be great. So because right now the Knicks could you never know who's going to be the guy that night. That's the beauty of the Knicks right now. One day it could be Bridges, next Anunoby, Brunson, Towns. It's not reliant on one dude. That's what I like.
There's two things I want to say. Yeah, there's two things I want to say before you close the stream. Juan Soto, the Mets are turning their season around. It looks like, I'm sorry, but they look better than the Yankees. And I thought both teams were going pretty much in the same direction. It looks like the Mets are turning it around. The Yankees are going they're snowballing they're spiraling out of control right now. They're about to completely fall down where they can't get right back up. And the one, I'm telling you, Soto has it came back into effect. So all the people saying, "Oh, we're not missing Juan Soto," what are you saying now? Because Juan Soto made the Yankees look like a bitch this week. Okay, that's what he did. He made them look like a bitch. He had a great series, and the Yankees did absolutely nothing. He single-handedly beat the Yankees. So all the talk about Soto, we don't need Juan Soto. We don't need. What are you saying now about Soto? Soto made you look like an ass.
Well, they gave up a grand slam, a 3-run homer, and a 2-run homer today.
Yeah,
and none of them to Soto. 2 of them to Alonso.
None of them to Soto. Went off the wall.
Yeah, but he was great this series. He was bad the last series against the Yankees. He was very good. This series. I told you he was going to go off. Do you think he was going to be bad both series? Come on. I mean, he's too talented of a player to have a bad season the whole year like that. He's hitting 267 now. Where's all the haters that said Soto sucks? He's overrated. The guy's having a great year. Where were those haters? Those mostly Yankee fans. Even Met fans were putting him down. The guy's a great player. How could you put a guy down at 26 years old, one of the best players since Barry Bonds?
Well, at least hitting. He's not the best fielder.
Okay, he can't field, and he's not the best base runner, but
yeah, base runner and defense, he's not great.
Manny Ramirez was also a horrible defensive player, but he was a great hitter. I don't care about the defense. And the American League East. Everybody's saying that the Yankees were going to cakewalk this American League East. We're wrong. Because the Blue Jays are back and the Rays are back and the Yankees are in third now. Everybody said we were going to single-handedly take this division over by storm. What happened? I thought the division sucked. I thought the American League stunk. What happened to those people? I thought this division was weak. I thought it was a horrible division. How come the Yankees are in third place if the division is so bad? Well, why are they so bad if the division was so bad?
We know why.
They must suck. I think that's what it is. They're just so bad that they can't even play in a weak division. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And if they win the NL, If they were in the NL, they'd be in last place right now. Wouldn't even be close. Wouldn't even be close.
We're not a very good team.
No,
The sooner everyone admits it.
not a very good team is an understatement. They're a god awful team.
Well, I'm saying I've seen like legendary. I've seen great Yankee teams. I've seen good Yankee teams. I've seen bad Yankee teams.
This is like the Stomp Merrill. This is like the Stomp Merrill era. It is.
This is like so. If you go 1, 2, 3, and 4, 1 great, 2 good, 3 bad, 4 terrible. We're at a 3.
We're told me a couple days ago. You said only 3 times the Yankees went into massive droughts. You said 17 years, 18 years, and I think you said another. You said 2 or 3 years where they went into those massive droughts where they didn't win for 18 years and 15. You told me like 2 days ago. But it happened 3 times.
It was like 78 until
96.
96,
and then now 15. Yeah, we're going into
now it's like 15 years, 16, whatever. It's since 2009.
Yeah, and then there was one in the 1900s that took them like
no, it was like the early 60s.
Yeah,
they last won like in like early 60s, like 61 or 63, and then they didn't win until 78.
Yeah,
so it was like 60s to late 70s, that late 70s to
and then there was one in I think the 100 to 1920, like where it took them a while. So it's probably 4 times then.
Well, since they got like Gehrig and Ruth in the early 20s, they've been consistent winners. They were consistent winners until the 60s. Like there was like a 40-year stretch where they won like 16, 17 times or whatever it was.
Yeah,
most of them
or 20 times, I don't know, 18.
And then there was the 8-year drought. And then there was the one before 2009, which was 8 years, which was that was nothing. That was a joke. I thought 8 years was a long time. This is a drought. This is long.
Yeah, but you're right, because I agree. Once George Steinbrenner passed, it's the kids treat this like a business. Like Woody Johnson with the Jets, it's a business. All the owners, it's a business. They don't have a culture.
I don't like to say it, hate to say this, but they run it like the Jets. Everyone's like, you can't compare the two because the Yankees are a winning franchise, but you can compare the way they run the franchise.
Like running like the John Mara with the Giants.
I would say more like the Cowboys and like Jerry Jones.
But Jerry's never going to let the kids take the keys to the kingdom until he dies.
Yeah, he used to be a good one.
He loves the team. He loves sports. He likes being involved.
Who, Jerry Jones?
Jerry Jones. He loves to be. I mean, who else? If that guy could name himself head coach, he would. But he stopped at general manager.
But didn't he used to be a great owner? Like when the Cowboys won?
No. He basically Jimmy Johnson built that team. When they traded Herschel Walker and they got all those picks from Minnesota, they built the team with all of those picks that they got. And they were good for a bunch of years. And then they went back to being bad when Jerry started Jerry pushed Jimmy Johnson out because Jimmy Johnson was getting the credit.
So he's like another house. He's basically like another Hal Steinbrenner, Jerry Jones, or Cashman.
Well, he didn't like with the trade that Jimmy Johnson pulled off and coaching the team to 2 Super Bowls in a row. Everybody was like, Jimmy Johnson's like the greatest thing, and gave Jerry no credit. Jerry wanted the credit, so he got rid of him and brought in Barry Switzer. And they won a title with Barry Switzer in his first year because
how many Super Bowls did the Cowboys win? 4, 5?
5.
Yeah, but they were like the Yankees.
They were 93.
They were like America's team. I mean, the Cowboys were a lot like the Yankees football back then, but
they won the first Super Bowl and then they got rid of Jimmy Johnson, which is crazy.
Yeah. So Jerry Jones was the ruination, and he ruined the team. He brought the team down.
He did. He got rid of Jimmy Johnson because everyone was giving Jimmy the credit, and he should have got it.
Yeah.
But he wanted the credit, so he was like, "Nah, I'm going to be the guy."
Yep.
All right, that'll do it. Anything closing? Tomorrow's a 1:40 game. Should be on doing it.
Yeah, you could. I'm not gonna watch. I'll probably come on to tell you if there's going to most likely be a sweep. Yeah, I'll give you my closing thoughts on that. But other than that,
you'll come in when the Yankees lost or if they're losing.
Yeah,
that's
no. What, Mets?
The only thing that makes the Yankees an advantage tomorrow is 1, you got Max Fried on the mound, and 2, the Mets are going to do a damn bullpen.
Yeah,
we had the advantage today. Rodon against Montas, we had the advantage today. It didn't matter.
Yeah. Also, you heard about Clark Schmidt. He's out for the season. I told you he was going to get Tommy John.
He'll be out until probably all next year too.
Yep. That's it.
Probably out next year. But
Now
we're bringing up Cam Schlittler, which is good. We're bringing up Cam Schlittler, who's been killing it in AAA. Yeah. So I'm glad to see him get an opportunity.
I don't know if a minor league guy is going to help save their season. I don't know how that's going to work.
Save the season, but if we could identify like this kid's a part of the future, great. You got to look for something like, even if this year is done, right, as a punt on your name or put, right?
Yeah.
Don't you want to see like wouldn't it be nice to see one or two young kids come up that really could shine and be like, okay, so we got these kids moving forward. No? You'd rather everybody they bring up be terrible too?
I was more interested in this team winning a World Series. I really.
Right, but you're saying it's over. You're saying you can't do it.
No, they're not going to do it. The season's over.
Right.
I really could care less. I could really care less about their prospects. If they do good, they do good. I'm not going to. In a losing season,
come on. You care less about their prospects. That means this team is doomed for eternity. Like.
Well, then, for that matter, they might as well. I mean, they should trade Spencer Jones and Arias. What are they doing now? Are they going to play these guys or trade them? You got to do one or the other. Because if you're just going to let them rot in the farm system,
Boone doesn't like to bring the kids up and play them.
Oh, it's Cashman.
I'm sorry, Cashman. That's what I meant. Cashman
and Fishman.
Yeah, they hide these kids down there. If you're gonna trade them. But if you're not, like, let the kids play. That's why I'm glad Dominguez is getting an opportunity to play every day.
Yeah.
But Peraza obviously ain't it. Austin Wells ain't it. Volpe ain't it. Chisholm ain't it.
Nobody in the lineup is it. They have nobody in this lineup. It's so.
They got one guy. Right, and that's it.
Yep. They're really missing Juan Soto right now. They could have used him. I'm not saying they would be that much better, but I don't think they would be playing this bad if they had Soto. It was still an incomplete team with Soto, just like last year. But you got to sit here and tell me they wouldn't be a better team with Soto right now? I think you're crazy.
Of course they would. I don't know why Giancarlo Stanton's on the bench again. Like, let the guy hit. He can't run. He's limited. All he can do is swing. So let him swing.
Yeah.
You got the guy pitch hitting at the end of the games for what?
But you know for a fact, though, if the Yankees signed Soto last year, they wouldn't have done anything else. It would have been Soto and that's it. They wouldn't have done anything else.
Yeah, they might not have got Fried, but Fried starts 35 games a year. Soto could play 160.
Well, Fried's the only thing that you – but I wouldn't have cared if they got Bellinger and Williams and Goldschmidt for Soto. Soto, I take over. I mean, are you kidding me? But if that was going to be the to stop them from getting Goldschmidt and Devin Williams, I could give two craps about those guys. They're not putting us over the top anyways.
Right. It was a consolation prize. That's really not making too much of a difference.
No, it wasn't going to make a difference. Bellinger's not better than Soto.
No, he had that great rookie year.
Yeah, that was it.
And won an MVP, and then
he was good a couple of years ago with the Cubs. He had a comeback season.
Yeah. But
and he's having a decent year this year. Surprisingly, he's hitting 270. I mean,
it started off terrible, and then but now he's on like a 13, 14 game hit streak or something like that.
Yeah,
a couple of homers, hitting like 365.
Did you see Aaron Judge's post game? See, this is the definition of a guy that's not a leader and he's not a captain. They said, with the rough stretch the rough stretch that you guys have been going through, is it affecting this team? You know what his answer was? No. That was his answer. No. So that's your leader. That's your captain.
That's all he said was no.
Yeah, like in other words, like this is nothing. Everything is fine. We're not going through a bad patch. We're not struggling. Meredith Marakovich. Watch the interview. Meredith Marakovich asked him. With the way you guys have been playing, you lost 6 in a row now. This is probably one of the worst stretches that you've been playing. Are you guys feeling it? Are you feeling any pressure? He said no. So this is not, he's not a winning player, Aaron Judge. I don't care what anybody says. He's not a leader.
Chris B back in the house. Peter Addison, Mets, Knobcraft, GPM, Yassine, Landon Holder. Hope you're all doing well today, my friends, brothers. Go JETS, Jets. Hope the best with our sports teams. Hell yeah, Chris. We need the positivity in the world because it's been bad to be a Yankee fan.
They suck.
Yeah, we're just it's like I'm okay with the struggles if I see a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not like this.
No, light at the end of the tunnel, right? I don't see light at the end of the
there's
tunnel.
not. If they had a team like the Dodgers or Detroit, say, and they were doing like that, something like this, I wouldn't be as worried because I know they have the reinforcements and they have the depth in the team to come back. This is a team that does not have that type of a roster. They're a weak roster, so you knew that sooner or later they were going to go and they were going to hit a brick wall. I called this months ago. I said, okay, they're doing good for now. I think I even told you. I said they're doing good for now, but what about when they go into a massive slump or a collapse? So you have it.
Yeah, they hold on.
You can't use injuries as an excuse either, Murdo, because the Yankees, Clark Schmidt is not. I mean, he's a number 5 starter at the end of the day. It's a loss, but he's not. He's not make or break. I mean, he's not going to determine the Yankees winning a World Series, anyways. Just saying.
Back on. The problem is I don't see management caring. Meaning,
no.
They're not doing anything to address. It's all
anything.
Cover. They're just providing cover.
Yeah, everything is good in their book. Everything's fine. No worries.
Yeah, we're just going through a tough time. No, your team is constructed horribly.
Yeah, they're horribly constructed.
I dropped the video. I looked today because I dropped the link for new members in the chat, and I was like, that we're saying things I was saying in April. Yeah. And I put the links up earlier to the YouTube channel. If you go watch them, what I did in April, 2 weeks into the season, I was saying these things.
Yeah.
And it's like, yo, the strikeouts, that's a big problem.
Yeah, you were showing me averages too. They always have a low batting average, the Yankees, overall as a team.
On base percentage, but the strikeout rates, the errors. It's like this thing, I've seen this a mile away. And it's you're hoping that they make adjustments. Like good teams adjust and adapt.
Not this team. This is not a baseball team.
No, they're rolling out the same incompetent players every day and expecting them to just turn it up.
Yeah.
They're not capable.
No.
They're mediocre major leaguers at best.
They're a mid team. That's all the Yankees were from the start of the season. I had no expectations. They played over their head. Do you remember 2 years ago when they had Josh Donaldson? That team had no expectations whatsoever to make a playoff run or win a World Series. They played out of their mind. Nobody expected that. That team won 97 games. They weren't supposed to do that. That was unexpected.
No, they're just not a good team, man. They got too many mediocre at best players, and I'm talking about at best. I don't care if, like I said this yesterday, I don't care if Austin Wells runs into 25 pitches a year for home runs or Jazz.
Yeah,
they can't play defense. They make bonehead plays. They have low batting averages. They don't hit when it counts. You hit a solo home run and the game's like over already. I don't care. Like, where are you with runners in scoring position? Did you see what the Mets did? Did you watch the game?
Hell, I don't watch any of these games. Hell no. I just watched a little.
Do you know what I preach? What do I always preach about Aaron Boone, what he doesn't do?
Doesn't bunt, doesn't sacrifice fly.
Move runners over into scoring position.
Yeah.
First and second, nobody out. In the first inning, no score. What did Juan Soto, what did he do?
I'm going to say sacrifice fly.
Laid down a bunt.
Oh, bunt. Okay. He did get a sacrifice fly, too, in this game. I saw.
First inning. First and second, nobody out. He lays down a bunt to move in the second and third. Then they walk Alonso, and then Nimmo hits a grand slam. But he put the pressure on the Yankees by second and third, one out.
And the Frankie Montas pitches. See what Frankie Montas does against the Yankees? He pitches a good game. I mean, anybody can pitch against this offense. It doesn't matter who's on the mound. They shut the Yankees down. You have an ERA of 20, and they shut the Yankees.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I've seen so many people like when I come on and I'm like, okay, this guy we're playing. This guy's got a 4.98 ERA. I'm like, okay, we should do something. Nope, 3 runs.
Yeah,
and 2 solo home runs and like a random run.
Yeah, everything is fine though. It's all fine. The house is burning down, but everything's okay though.
No, because like once a month they'll score 15 runs in the game, and we're back, we're hot. No, we're not.
Yeah,
we're not.
And
this is a AAA team. We have a AAA team.
And also another thing I can't stand with these excuses about the Yankees is that these fans want to consistently just say, oh, it's a cold spell. They're in a funk. This is not a cold spell. It's not a slump. This is a collapse now. You could start to push the panic button now. It's gotten to that point now. So I don't know how you could defend this team. I mean, there's nothing to defend anymore now. What are you going to say, that they had 27 championships? Nobody wants to hear that, though. That's in the past. What about what's going on right now, like in 2025? They're in third place. They're horrible. That's horrible. That's not acceptable.
Yeah, you're right. It's not. I'm looking for silver linings here, and I don't see any.
And
Because
nobody's being held
the
accountable.
unwillingness of the people in charge to do anything about it. That's the problem.
And nobody's being held accountable. That's the problem. Cashman doesn't do anything. Hal doesn't do anything. They don't want to make a managerial move. They don't want to fire the batting coach. They don't want to make a trade. Everything is good.
I don't want to blame the batting coach. How many batting coaches are going to run through? These players are the same players, no matter who's the batting coach.
Yeah.
Because you can't get up in the batter's box with the hitter.
No.
You know, they show them the scouting report, and they say, this is what this guy's going to throw you. And they still, you know what? Maybe don't go up there trying to hit a 500-foot homer every at bat. Maybe don't do that. Maybe just try to hit the ball hard somewhere. Maybe play situational baseball. Maybe not gets on every pitch. How many times do I got to watch Jazz Chisholm fling the bat through the zone? Just throws the bat through the zone, hoping that he guessed right. And then he'll hit a home run and do his little dance when your home run meant nothing.
He always does that.
He'll go make an error in the field. Like that. That's what we got to deal with. We got to deal with this. And you know, I'm getting fed up because I don't see our management team addressing any issues. They just keep trying to. This reminds me of politics. I don't want to get into the politics.
Okay, they don't change their approach.
You know what I mean? Like you had mainstream media telling you every day, this guy's great. This guy is on top of things. This guy, you know, he's sharp as a tack. And we knew what was like. What? What are you talking about? And then it comes out. You know what I mean? Like that's how the Yankees management team is handling.
They do remind me a lot like a political party that doesn't want to ever change. They do. They're exactly like that. They don't change their approach. They never do change their approach. It's the same. It's live and die by the long ball. That's all they want to just live on. They want to just hit home runs, and that's it. They think that wins games and wins a World Series when it doesn't. You clearly see that.
You know what's funny? You can hit home runs, Mike, right? But then when your defense boots ground balls and throws into the stands, you give those runs right back.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't play defense.
And your bullpen blows it.
And your fielders can't back you up.
No. And their rotation, I got news for you now. Even the rotation looks bad. Now everything is bad. The hitting, the rotation, the bullpen. It's like a double-edged sword now.
Yeah, it's been rough.
When a team collapses, they collapse.
All right. Tomorrow, 1:40. Hopefully I'm on. Caputo, you have anything you want to close with?
I mean, that's it. I mean, the season's lost. I don't know what to say anymore at this point. They need like a miracle. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Sometimes it's not bad to bring some kids up and let them put a shot in the ass into the team with the excitement of being in the majors and, you know, start off hot. Maybe that could help us. But we'll say it till we're blue in the face. This current team as it stands right now is not a very good team, and don't expect anything from them.
Yeah,
now keep the roster, they're going to get the same results in the start.
Right, and now they need a starting pitcher now. Now you lost Clark Schmidt. Now who's going to – your rotation is like a double-A rotation at this point now.
I'm glad to see Schlittler getting a shot.
Yeah.
Let's see. And Louis Gill will be back in a couple of weeks. And so that'll be good too. So maybe if we can – now that Schmidt's gone, if we can get Stroman out of the rotation, you got Schlittler and Gill, let's hope that they could be solid.
If by July 31st, if this team doesn't have at least 63 wins, 64, if they only have like 51, 52 wins, they don't even have 50 yet. If they don't have at least 61, 62 wins, it's over. They're not making the playoffs.
All right. Everyone, thanks for stopping by and hung out. Thanks for you guys being active in the chat. Pluto, it was good to see you. Hopefully I see you guys tomorrow. Game starts at 1:40. Otherwise, everyone have a good night. Take care. See you tomorrow.
Girls with the nails done.